The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
So good morning, friends. We are back again with the day 2 of our 5th edition, transitioning to or migrating to the new standards of hospitals accreditation by NABH. And we are very proud to say that again, we have had an overwhelming response. All of you have sent in your wonderful queries and questions, and we'll make an attempt at the end of the day to answer some of them, but all the rest, we are again going to compile them, get it vetted properly by the TC, and then inbox you. We'll put them on our site also in the resource section. So today we have a special day. In another sense also, we have with us Dr. Sudhir Sharma, the opening batsman. He's a very staunch cricket fan, and we can generally see the Chelsea logo behind him. Not today. It's his birthday, so many happy returns of the day, sir. Happy birthday to you. And Kashyapa, please follow it through for the proper introduction of sir and the proceedings. Please take over.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning. A very warm good morning and welcome to all our participants and our faculty on our second day of the 5th edition migration. And I hope you all had a very restful evening. And today, when we go, we will be focusing on the next 5 chapters, which are focused on the hospital side. They are hospital-centric standards and chapters. And sir has already introduced Dr. Sudhir Sharma, who will be introducing us to PSQ. It's basically earlier chapter was CQI, and the name has been changed to PSQ. I won't be explaining more about it because sir will be doing it. And Dr. Sudhir is a director and HOD of Department of Minimal Access and Bariatric Surgery at Fortis Noida. And he is also one of a very prime leader, teachers and faculty. And no other better person can explain one of the toughest chapters we all find, which is CQI. So handing over to you, sir, without wasting much time.
Thank you, Kashyapa. Thank you, Atul sir and the entire NABH Secretariat. Let me start by asking, no audio visual glitches, everything okay?
Fine, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a very warm welcome to all my friends in the journey of quality on this Sunday morning. We shall be starting with chapter number 6. This is a whole new ball game with chapter number 6 today. We never heard about this patient safety chapter at all in the earlier 4 editions. It was always continuous quality improvement. But now we have come to this chapter known as patient safety and quality improvement. Now I'm only putting myself in the TC's shoes when I'm trying to guess as to what was the reason for them to be naming this chapter and changing the look of this chapter in its entirety. What I feel is that the emphasis has been on continuous quality improvement all throughout. And all of us friends who have been traveling in this journey of quality, we know that there is no destination to this journey, and we have started enjoying the journey. What we have probably failed to appreciate is that this journey is being undertaken by us when we are on board a vehicle known as safety. Our feet have to be firmly grounded on this vehicle known as safety for us to be traversing this quality, for us to be enjoying this journey in quality. That is the reason that we have probably forgotten this main aspect, that all the chapters, all the standards of NABH, and also all the assessors during all the assessments always emphasize primarily on safety. And then we talk about quality improvement. So we should never forget that safety is first and foremost in our minds. But whose safety are we talking about? Well, first and foremost, it is definitely patient safety, but that is not all. It is patient safety, it is attendant safety, it is visitor safety, doctor safety, nurses safety, every single healthcare worker safety. So primarily we deal with safety, and once we have made the environment safe, everything safe, then we proceed on a journey for continuous quality improvement. That is the reason probably the TC in its wisdom decided to put patient safety first and quality improvement to follow. So what shall we be talking about in this chapter about patient safety and quality? Well, we shall be seeing that the patient safety as well as the quality program should be documented, and there should be committees for both. National and international patient safety goals must be implemented. We now have to follow Donabedin's teaching and understand that we need to concentrate on structures, processes, and outcomes in all areas, but especially in the high-risk areas. All the collected data should be analyzed, and we should not stop improvement at any stage. We should strive for continuous improvement. How? We need to use appropriate quality tools. Clinical audits have been specially emphasized in this edition. We shall see how much as we go down the line, and improvements must be made and they must be sustained. And very, very important that departmental leaders must be involved in this continuous patient safety and quality improvement program. Besides this, there should be a very good incident reporting system, and all these incidents, including sentinel events, near misses, and no harms, should be extensively analyzed and appropriate action taken. And the management should be supportive of this entire thing. So let us see how we are going to be dealing with all this. Well, Kashyapa already told you, I am a clinician, pure and pure a clinician who has wandered into this field of quality, and I'm quite enjoying my journey in quality, as I'm sure all of you are. So chapter 6, it's been renamed as PSQ. Fourth edition is very soon going to be history, and fifth edition is going to be the flavor of the season. And that is how the fifth edition is going to play out. So let us see what they are. PSQ1, these are the changes, but I shall be also talking to you about the entire elements in brief. PSQ1, we shall not go into old CQI because you are all are experts at what the old edition was showing and what the old edition entailed. We shall concentrate on the newer ones and what it now means. It means PSQ1, it means that there is a structured patient safety program. So one, we are saying there has to be a program. Two, there has to be a multidisciplinary committee which implements this program, and both these things have to be documented. The safety committee should meet every month. That is what has been now mandated. And who should be part of the safety committee? Representatives from the administration have to be a part of this. Besides, of course, safety officers, clinicians, nurses, paramedical staff, etc., etc., etc. The second important thing is that this committee has to do proactive risk assessment. How? By HERA, which all of you are very well aware of, and with FMEA, or failure mode effect analysis. Quite a lot of you are aware of what failure mode effect analysis is, FMEA is, though it is a slightly difficult tool to use. But with the increasing number of attendees in the CQI workshops, I am sure that most of you are now aware of what FMEA entails and have at least attempted some sort of FMEA as you travel this journey of quality, and I'm sure you'll become experts at it in a short period of time. The patient safety program should be documented as a manual, which should incorporate all the requirements of the standard. This is mandatory. So what all should be written? The safety program, the safety manual, and the safety committee. All three things have to be documented. Along with this is also HRM 6A, which talks about safety trainings. As you know that all the references have been attached in the main elements. So here safety trainings have to be looked into in 1A itself. So all this I've already talked to you about. And what is important is proactive risk assessment. Now, NABH is talking about proactive risk assessment. That means before the risk has actually occurred, before the mistake has actually occurred, we are not talking about root cause analysis. We are talking about FMEA. Well, we come to B, which says that the patient safety program is comprehensive and covers all elements regarding patient safety, and with special reference to lab safety, radiation safety, and hazard identification and risk analysis. That means AAC 8, AAC 11, and ROM 5, which deal with lab safety, radiation safety, and HERA. 1C, what does it deal with? It says that all incidents from no harm to sentinel events have to be covered. Now, NABH has not made much of a differentiation between no harm and near misses, because all of them have to be analyzed and all of them are incidents and all of them deserve our attention and our root cause analysis. I'm sure everybody is aware of the difference between near misses and no harm. No need to go into that. And all of you are also aware of the meaning of sentinel events. Just remember one thing, that in case you have the slightest confusion about what sentinel event means, just turn the pages, go to the glossary, read up sentinel events, and understand what sentinel events means, because they are labeled as sentinel because they are sentinel and they deserve the maximum attention. When we go for assessments, we normally find that sentinel events have, see, one of the easiest things to do is copy paste. But what we find is that this copy paste also has missed out on a very, very vital element of the definition of a sentinel event, and that is that the effect should be lasting for a period of more than 2 weeks. That time period is usually missing. So please be sure that you don't miss out on this. You don't wrongly label events which are not sentinel events as sentinel events. Please understand the definition, define your sentinel events, and then track them. We go to 1D, where the objective element and the interpretation have been modified. What does it say? It says that the designated patient safety officer. Now, who is a patient safety officer? It should be a person having a good knowledge about both patient and general safety. So this patient safety officer should be taking into account also the facility safety as well as the clinical safety, and should have knowledge about both the aspects and shall be reporting directly to the top management. More importantly, the roles and responsibilities of this patient safety officer, who's a very vital cog in this quality journey, vital element in this quality journey, his roles and responsibilities have to be defined in his job description, and they are to be part and parcel of his HR file. Besides this patient safety officer, you should also identify champions in patient safety who need to help out and across the organization and drive patient safety. Now, all these objective elements are at the commitment level. The next one is at the excellence level. What does it say about the excellence level? At the excellence level, it talks about clinical safety officer. So when you come to an excellence level, that is when you come to the accreditation level, the re-accreditation level, you must have a clinical safety officer who can be either a doctor or a nurse. This doctor or a nurse should have current professional qualifications, registration, and experience, and should know about risk management in the clinical domain. So it should normally be a person who is sufficiently senior, who has got a sufficient knowledge about risk management. So this is E at excellence level. Now we come to F. F says that the patient safety program identifies opportunities for improvement based at predefined levels or regular predefined levels as defined in the safety manual, but at the minimum once in 3 months. So these opportunities for improvement have to be based on reviews of at least once in 3 months. What should these reviews involve? At a minimum, facility inspection rounds, patient safety incidents, risk management, and analysis of key safety indicators. Now, a lot of change has been brought about in the indicators. I shall not be going into the indicators in detail because Dr. Anand is conducting a session on KPIs at the end of this session. But however, I'll be mentioning them in very, very brief. Suffice to say that earlier on you were tracking more than 70 indicators, but these have been brought down. The mandatory ones have been brought down to only 34 now. We come to G. What does G say? That organization performs proactive analysis of patient safety risks and makes improvements accordingly. And what is important is, at a minimum, one patient safety related risk shall undergo proactive analysis every year. And again, this needs to be shown, documented and shown. So one proactive risk analysis, either HERA or FMEA, on any safety related risk that you deem fit for your HCO. Needs to be done 1 per year at the minimum. We come to H. The patient safety program is reviewed and updated at least once a year. What should the review be done on? It can be based on newer literature on patient safety or finding of the reviews that you have been doing in your regular meetings. Now, it may happen that when you review, you may not find any need for any improvement. You may find that, yes, our program is perfectly okay. So that's fair enough, but that needs to be documented. We come to I. The organization adapts and implements national as well as international patient safety goals and solutions. In case some of you are wondering what are these international patient safety goals and solutions, all mentioned in this very of the entire organization. We come to B. B says that the quality improvement program is comprehensive and covers all the major elements related to quality assurance. So you should have a quality improvement manual, and that is where all this needs to be documented. Now, sorry, I neglected to tell you that PSQ 1A, which talks about safety program and safety committee, is a core element. C, which talks about no harm and central events, is again a core element. And here again, quality improvement program and multidisciplinary committee is a core element. Now we come to B, which talks about the quality improvement manual, which needs to be documented. And what does it talk about? Quality improvement in what places, what areas? As earlier, there are 5 areas in which quality improvement must be documented, must be shown. And all of us know those 5 areas are lab, imaging, ICU, emergency, and OT. All of us know this. Therefore, to this is appended AAC 7A, which is lab, AAC 10A, which is imaging, COP 2I, which is organization, COP 9C, and COP 14, which is emergency, OT, and ICU. So these 5 areas must be showing quality improvement programs. Next, we come to C. C says that the quality improvement program should improve the efficiency and the effectiveness. How? We basically need to introduce environmentally friendly measures, and the management should be promoting these innovations, and quality tools and novel strategies should be used for improving care delivery, reduce cost, and also environment friendly measures. Which environment friendly measures? Examples: use of solar energy, use of rainwater harvesting, use of natural sunlight to the maximum, etc., etc. We come to 2D. There is a designated individual. Who is this designated individual? Your quality officer. And again, the roles and responsibilities of this designated individual shall be defined. Who can be this designated individual? It can be the accreditation coordinator, quality management representative, quality manager, any of these people, does not matter. But the person should have sufficient knowledge, and the roles and responsibilities should be defined. Besides this quality improvement officer, you should have champions in quality improvement who need to be identified and who need to help and propagate this culture of quality throughout the organization. We come to E. The quality improvement program identifies opportunities for improvement based at predefined intervals which need to be documented in the quality manual. So what are these predefined intervals? At least once in 3 months again. You may do it more frequently, but it has to be at least once in 3 months. We come to F. The quality improvement program is reviewed and updated at least once a year. The update shall be done based on, again, newer literature, or on feedback mechanisms, or on reviews and findings. And in case there are no opportunities for improvement identified, then the same has to be documented in the minutes of the quality improvement committee. Well, we come to 2G, audits. What audits are we talking about here? We are not talking about clinical audits yet. We are only talking about internal audits. And what does it say? That internal audits for priority areas in the organization, number 1, and for areas of concern as identified by trends in indicators. So it is left to you to define which are these areas which you want to audit. However, all areas of the organization shall be covered by a hospital-wide internal audit at least once in 6 months as per a scheduled plan. So it's good to have a Gantt chart about these internal audits and do them at least once in 6 months as per NABH standards. And who does the audits? Identified staff or multidisciplinary team, which is trained in the NABH standards. So here we are only talking about internal audits. We come to H. It says established process in the organization to monitor and improve the quality of nursing care. And what do we talk about here? We talk about nursing audits. G was talking about internal audits. H is talking about nursing audits. And earlier on, we had also talked about housekeeping audits. So these are audits which have to be mandatorily shown to the assessors. But remember, the audits are not done only to show them to the assessors. They are done as a tool for self-improvement. So nursing audits are a must. And what sort of nursing audits can you do? You can do audits on medication administration, peripheral or intravenous cannula placement, tracheostomy care, catheter care, etc., etc. Anyone, you are free to choose your topics, but nursing audits are a must. We come to PSQ3, where it talks about the key indicators to monitor the structures, processes, and outcome, which are tools for continuous quality improvement. See, NABH firmly believes, and all of the assessors also firmly believe, that we need to concentrate on the structures and processes, because if these two aspects are in place in any organization, the results are bound to be good, the outcomes are bound to be good, if not today and tomorrow. And if your results are not good, then you don't need NABH to drive you to get those outcomes in place, because the market forces will force you to get these outcomes in place. You cannot possibly function in a hospital having a 50% hospital infection rate. Your patients will force you to get it down. You cannot function in a hospital having an SSI of 50% or 70%. Your patients will force you to get it down, and even you yourself would not like to work in a hospital having such a abysmal infection rates. So we concentrate always on the structures and processes, but now we have also started taking into account the outcomes. So let's see what 3A says. 3A says that the organization identifies and monitors key indicators. Now we come to the indicators. Indicators, like I told you earlier, but there are 32 indicators which are mandatory to be tracked now only. Out of these 32, 12 are clinical indicators, 8 are managerial indicators, 6 are hospital infection control indicators, and 6 are patient safety indicators. I'll only show you a brief list, but Dr. Anand will be talking at length, will be dwelling at length on these indicators. So here we are talking about clinical indicators in A. I'll show you the list of indicators later on, so you'll be able to understand what, but let me tell you that these 12 clinical indicators are the bare minimum that you should be tracking in a hospital to have a hospital functioning safely. In fact, all these 32 are the bare minimum that you should be tracking and trying to improve upon if you want to have a good functioning hospital. So basically, NABH has identified these 12 indicators. Of course, you can track more in case you so feel like, and you have to identify which are the ones that you need to track. B is talking about infection control indicators. C is talking about managerial indicators, and D is talking about patient safety indicators. They've given you examples of what these indicators mean, but I'll show you what exactly these indicators are at the end of this chapter. So I'm going to skip till D because we shall be talking about them at length later on. So we come to E. E is a element in excellence, and here it talks about PROM and PREM, which is patient reported outcome measures, which is PROM, and patient reported experience measures, which is PREM. Now you may find both these terms, PROM and PREM, new to your ears, but for those of you who have attended the CQI workshops in the recent past, both these terms are now included, both these things are now included, both these tools are now included in the CQI presentations. In case you have not been attending this, I would request you to refresh your memory and come and attend, because a lot of new things have been incorporated into these programs. Prom has been included, Prem has been included, the spaghetti has been included. So in case you are not aware of this, you can read up on them if you want on your own, or you could come and attend the CQI workshops. Basically, Prom, which talks about patient-reported outcome measures, is basically is of two types. It is generic as well as specific. Generic as to the patient and his experience, and specific as to disease specific. In this this program, it is slightly difficult to go into details of Prom and Prem, but you can either read up about them, or you are most welcome to the CQI workshops. We come to F. Verification of data is done regularly by whom? By the quality team. And there is no question about this. This has come in place because very often we have found that the data has not even been looked at by the quality team, and there is a lot of difference between what is presented during the presentations and what is the raw data available for. So please, we request the quality team to verify all the data before you present it to the assessors. We come to G. It says that mechanism for analysis of data, which results in identifying opportunities for improvement. And here we talk about benchmarks or acceptable quality levels. I would like to point out one aspect here, that benchmarks are not carved in stone. And there is no reason for you not to improve upon benchmarks which you set. And there is no reason for you to rest on your laurels once you achieve your benchmarks. Continuous quality improvement or continual quality improvement is a process of constantly trying to better your own performance. So you can either raise or lower the bar, whichever way you deem fit, and try and improve the benchmarks that you have set. However, if you feel that your benchmarks are far surpassing even the national or international benchmarks, then what you can do is you can reduce the frequency of monitoring, because you have already attained a very, very good quality level in that process. We come to H. Improvements are to be implemented and evaluated by the organization, and there should always be an evaluable outcome. They should be tangible, they should be measurable, and all this needs to be documented. We come to I. Most important, feedback about care and services communicated to the staff. And what does this feedback include? Rates, trends, and opportunities for improvement. And how do you give this communication to the staff? It can be in the form of a bulletin or a newsletter, but this is just so that everybody is on the same page vis-a-vis the quality journey and where you are at the moment in quality journey. Quality is not the domain of 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 people in any organization. Quality is probably the only thing which does not follow the law of gravity. It does not flow from top to bottom. It flows from bottom to top. So every grassroots worker has got to be involved in this quality journey and has got to feel at one with the organization's journey in quality. If every single worker does his or her own little bit in their own sphere of work, this will contribute in an immense way to the entire quality journey and growth of the organization. And this is the only thing that is trying to be implemented or emphasized upon in this element I. We come to 4. Quality improvement tools for quality improvement activities. So what does A talk about? A talks about quality improvement projects. And here again, there's a googly thrown in that the organization, I'm reading out the wordings now. The organization shall undertake 2 quality improvement projects at the minimum. And each project should have a definite purpose, a definite beginning, and a definite end. What does that mean? All quality projects have got to be time bound. You cannot have an open-ended quality project. and the assessors will come and check these 2 quality improvement projects that you will be doing at the minimum. You are at liberty. This is on an annual basis every year. So you are at liberty to choose your own quality improvement projects, but there should be a minimum of 2 every year, which needs to be done, need to be documented, need to be shown. But remember, I keep talking about shown. But remember, quality begins and ends with honest data. And you are in this journey of quality not to satisfy the assessors, but you are in it because you care for your patient and you want to give the best care to your patient. You are in it for yourself because you are aware of the scope for improvement in your own care and you want to keep improving all the time. Right, we come to B, 4B. Appropriate analytical tools for quality improvement activities. So first is you have to identify the analytical tools and then you have to use them. And to give you examples of analytical tools, it is RCA, which most of you are very well aware of. Other examples are run charts, normalization tables, flow charts, Pareto, histogram, etc., etc. So there are a number of quality tools. You can choose which ones and you have to know how to use them and you have to demonstrate that you're using them. We come to 4C, statistical tools. This was analytical tools. We talk about statistical tools, and the same way, to give you examples of statistical tools, which are sampling, control chart, Six Sigma, etc., etc., etc. And D talks about managerial tools. So you have analytical tools, you have statistical tools, and you have managerial tools. Which are managerial tools? PDCA, Plan, Do, Study Act, or Plan, Do, Check Act cycle. Force field analysis, affinity diagram, matrix, tree diagram, etc., etc., etc. Now, again, I would like to emphasize this fact that most of you are now aware of what these various tools are. Just as a workman has tools, for example, a hammer, a saw. Similarly, quality managers have got these various tools. Most of us are aware of these tools or have been using them without knowing that these are X, Y, and Z. You don't need to go into those details, but yes, you should know which tool to use where. For example, if you need to use a Pareto, go ahead and use a Pareto. If you need to use random stratified sampling, go ahead and use random stratified sampling or consecutive sampling. Only thing is you should know which tool to use where. You should know that here I need to use Six Sigma, here I need to use PDCA, etc., etc. Coming back to what I was telling you, that most of us are aware of what these tools are or have been using them in some manner or the other. However, all these tools are discussed, and some of them are discussed at length, threadbare, in the CQI workshops. So in case you want more knowledge about these tools, then you're most welcome to attend the workshops. We come to PSQ 5, another favorite topic, and another one on which there is a workshop running currently also. And these online workshops are very easy to attend also for most of the participants. And I hope they are helpful because the feedback that we get is they are quite helpful. So there is there's one workshop on CQI and there's another workshop on clinical audits. So now we come to the biggest bugbear and the place where the maximum change has been brought about by the technical committee in this 5th edition, and that is clinical audits. We talk about it at PSQ 5. Clinical audits are performed to improve. It says that clinical audits, and these are all at commitment level, please. Clinical audits are performed to improve the quality of care. Now, these clinical audits can be retrospective or prospective. Most of the clinical audits done are retrospective. A few of them could be prospective also. You decide which clinical audit you want to do. Now comes the googly. NABH says that at least one clinical audit per department per year. So 2 quality improvement programs, 1 clinical audit per department per year. And what I think, plus besides this, there'll be nursing audits, there'll be internal audits, and there'll be housekeeping audits. So what I think is that during the assessments, once we start doing the actual assessments, on-site assessments, one assessor will probably be spending an entire day only on audits. Audits are very, very difficult aspect to do, but once you understand them, they're real fun. And in fact, audits are part and parcel of the healthcare delivery system in England. And what NABH is trying to do is NABH is trying to promote this culture of audit and incorporate it into our healthcare systems. Because what is audit? An audit is nothing except going back and reevaluating our processes to see that are we doing them correctly. And you can start doing audits right from the time that our visitors finding parking space very easily. So you audit the parking space, you audit the registration process, you can audit the nursing station in the OPD, you can, where the vitals are taken, you can audit the OPD chambers, the consultants, you can audit the chemist and where the prescriptions are filled in, you can audit the lab in the OPD counter of the lab, that are the tests done properly, or you can audit any other indoor aspect. So there are a number of places where you can audit, but what you need to concentrate on is always see audits are best done in topics either having high risk or high volume or high value. One of these three aspects has got to be covered. Only then will an audit be able to help you in your quality journey. We come to B. Most of the audits, in fact, all audits by the Bristol School of Medicine after 1990 are all standard-based audits. We are not doing research. Mind you, we are not doing research. Research is when you're trying to break new ground. Audit is only when you are comparing what you're doing with laid down certain accepted standards. These standards may be NICE standards, maybe CDC standards, or maybe national body standards like IAP standards or ASI standards or whatever, any guidelines. So all audits are standard-based audits and should be done using predefined parameters so that there is no bias. And what is important is the audit shall encompass aspects of clinical and nursing care. Clinical audits can be done by a multidisciplinary team. They are not medical audits. Medical audits are done only by doctors. We are talking about clinical audits, and audits can be done by clinical audits can be done by multidisciplinary team, and they encompass aspects of clinical as well as nursing care. And they are usually done against a checklist and usually compared, your performance, current performance is compared against standards. And if there is a gap, then you devise an improvement program. And if there is no gap, you find out some other topic which you want to audit, your other process which you need to audit. What does C talk? C is at an achievement level. It says that medical and nursing staff participate in this clinical audit. So it is obviously understood that certain personnel need to be identified who need to understand what is a clinical audit, what is the process for a clinical audit, why are we doing this clinical audit, and then they'll be able to do that audit. It can be a mix of clinician, administrators, and nurses if it is a clinical audit. If it is a medical audit, it has to be only doctors. There is no question about that. D talks about, again at the commitment level, because it talks about a very basic requirement of any clinical audit. It says that patient and staff anonymity is to be maintained. Very often we've seen audits wherein when we go to the raw data, all the patient particulars are there in the clinical audit. And that is when we raise that as the observation that patients are not to be identified when these audits are shown. We come to the objective element D, which says that clinical audits are documented. And obviously they need to be documented and findings need to be recorded. And after the audit, a report is to be prepared highlighting the key findings of the audit. All this needs to be documented because all this is going to be looked into by all the assessors at all the assessments. We come to F, which again talks about the next step in the audit cycle, that remedial measures are implemented. See, all this is actually a sequence, nothing else. That parameters are defined, which need to be audited are defined, nursing and medical staff participate, patient and staff anonymity are maintained, they are documented, and then remedial measures are implemented. Obviously, they need to be implemented. Otherwise, what is the point of doing the entire clinical audit? you need to implement the remedial measures so that the audit cycle is completed. And this should be done usually using a root cause analysis. So we come to now PSQ 6. What does it talk about? Patient Safety and Quality Improvement Program, which we are talking about, is supported by the management. Now here we talk for the first time about a culture of safety. We are now using these words, culture of safety, in healthcare organizations, because culture is a very strong element in this journey of safety and quality improvement, and a culture is propagated by the top management down to the grassroots level worker. This culture of safety needs to be measured at least once a year. How do you measure this? You measure this using various surveys. Give you an example, the Manchester Patient Safety Framework, MAP-SAF, or the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality Surveys. So there are, or the Safety Attitudes Questionnaire, Patient Safety Culture Questionnaire. So there are various questionnaires which are available. This is a new element, and it is at the achievement level. So there are various questionnaires available for you to evaluate the culture of safety in the organization. And these questionnaires have to be resorted to, an analysis has to be done, a study has to be done as to where are we standing vis-a-vis the culture of safety in our organization. Coming to B, which is at a commitment level, it has to be at the commitment level, because what it says is that the leaders in the organization are aware of the intent of patient safety and quality improvement program and the approach to its implementation. So obviously they've got to be aware. C says departmental leaders are involved in this. Each department, how do we keep them involved? Each department should have its key performance indicators, and the responsibility of monitoring them should be with the designated leader. That is the way you can involve the departmental leaders. This is again at the commitment level. And D is again at the commitment level, talks about adequate resources, and E talks about budget. So D, when it talks about resources, it does not talk about the budget. It talks about men, material, machine, milieu, etc., measurement method. And then E talks about the budget on fund allocation on patient safety and quality improvement program. F is at the achievement level. And what does it say? It talks about performance improvement targets. And what does it say? It obviously says that you need to set the performance improvement targets and monitor them at least once in 3 months. This needs to be documented. And again, these performance improvement targets are not carved in stone. They need to be modified at least on an annual level. And these performance improvement target needs to be shared with the regular staff, and regular feedback vis-a-vis where you stand with respect to them needs to be given to the staff on a regular basis. Objective element 6G says that management uses feedback obtained from the workforce. We are not talking about feedback from the patient. We are talking about feedback from the workforce to improve patient safety and quality improvement program. So how do you obtain this feedback? One is, what is the frequency? It should be again once a year. And how? Through various staff surveys. Why do we do this? We do this so that the staff should feel that they are one with the organization and they can raise concerns whenever they feel so. These inputs from the staff are extremely important to improve the culture of safety. Right, we come to 7. It says, it talks about incidents. And what does it talk about? It says that incident management system, which is documented, should be implemented. So what does this involve? It involves identification of incidents, reporting of incidents, review of incidents, and action on incidents. We come to B, which talks about sentinel events. And I already talked to you about what is a sentinel event. Now, there is a lot of emphasis placed on incidents as well as sentinel events, because these are a very, very vital cog in our journey of safety and quality, and they are the best source of information, and they need to, each one of them needs to be looked into with great detail. C talks about established process for analysis of various incidents. And what does it say? It says that each of these process of analysis should be time bound. For example, in case of sentinel events, see, there should be two aspects to these reporting of incidents and sentinel events. One is that they should, whatever has been informed to you, the corrective action should be taken at the earliest. The corrective action should not wait for the CAPA or for the root cause analysis. Whatever corrective action you have to take it, for example, in a sentinel event within 24 hours of the occurrence or of the reporting. And coming to the analysis, for example, analysis of sentinel events to be completed within 7 working days. So everything has got to be time bound. Only then is it of any benefit. Otherwise, they are of no benefit to us at all. We come to 7D. It says that CAPA should be taken based on finding of the analysis. Perfectly, the logical conclusion. So far at the commitment level. Now we come to E, which is at the achievement level. It says that the organization incorporates risks identified in the analysis of incidents into the risk management system. So for example, I'll give you an example about this, that if we are doing an incident reporting system and we are analyzing the incident and we find that the DVT analysis was not done appropriately in these patients, which led to this problem, we could incorporate tracking of DVT and analysis of DVT status in our initial assessment. So you can incorporate the risks identified into the risk management system, thus constantly improving your process. And what does F say at an excellence level? That shall have a process for informing stakeholders in case of a near miss, adverse event, or sentinel event. Obviously, people need to be informed for them to improve. If what the eyes don't see, the mind doesn't know. And in case we are not aware of aspects, then we will not be able to improve upon them at all. So a proper feedback has to be given. Quality is not a closed subject, and quality is not, like I'm very fond of saying in opening statements, that quality kisi 2 ya 4 logon ki jagir nahi hai. It belongs to every single person in the organization, and you have to make them feel involved in the quality journey. Only then will everybody contribute to your quality journey, and you will find that you are progressing leaps and bounds. That brings us to the end of this chapter. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'll just give you in brief about these clinical performance, key performance indicators, very brief. So clinical indicators were time taken for initial assessment, number of reporting errors, medication charts with error-prone abbreviations, and the only list that is accepted is the ISMP list. In patients developing adverse drug reactions, unplanned return to OT, wrong site, wrong patient surgery, percentage of transfusion reaction, mortality for ICUs, return to emergency within 72 hours with similar complaints, appropriate antibiotics and handovers. These are clinical. HIC are the 4 that we know, plus hand hygiene and pressure ulcers. Safety indicators are adherence to safety precautions, variations in mock drills, patient fall rate, percentage of misses, NSI, and compliance to medication prescription in capital. And managerial are rescheduling of surgeries, stat for blood and components, nurse-patient ratio, waiting time for OPD consultations, waiting time for diagnostics, time taken for discharge, records with incomplete consent, and stockouts. These will be talked about at length by Dr. Anand. So deletions are nil, and standards to wrap up: 7 standards, 49 objective elements, 8 are core and 5 are achievement, and these are the core objective elements: 1A, 1I, 2A, 2H, 3B, 3D, 4A, and 7A. And the audit is over if you have got this much under control and under your belt. Happy auditing to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a fantastic presentation, and also simplifying one of the toughest chapters, which we feel people find it very difficult for implementation. And you rightly said that quality is not do teen logo ki jagi, but actually has to be a culture within the organization wherein even the clinicians should be party to it. And what we usually find is that quality is basically working within the quality department. The implementation of quality in the hospital basically comes with the responsibility in the quality department, which is actually should be changing, and which is changing, we also see. But going forward from the journey of within the department to the management, and if the management is involved, then I guess the whole journey and the whole culture gets imbibed within the quality. So we have none other than Dr. S.K.M. Rao, who is CEO of Sahyadri Hospital, who's going to deliberate upon ROM chapter. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm not visible today on web camera. Is giving some problem like Mr. India now. But try. I hope I am audible and we are able to deliberate on responsibilities of management. Dr. Kashyapa has already introduced me, so I'll proceed with the further. Responsibilities of management. So responsibilities of management is a very small chapter, and it has been further reduced in the 5th edition to bear minimum 5 standards and 32 objective elements. What it was earlier, we had ROM up to 6, ROM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas we have now kept it only 5. So what are these ROMs which are earlier were 6 and now cut down to 5, and also the objective elements have been cut down by 7. So first, ROM 1 is about responsibilities of governance or people who are responsible for governance. ROM 2 is all about ethical framework or ethical management framework. ROM 3 is about the top boss or the administrator or the CEO and what are his responsibilities. ROM 4 is about professional behavior of the organization or professionalism, what we call, which was there earlier as ROM 5, now made it as ROM 4. And ROM 5 finally is about risk management, patient safety, and quality all combined together, which was earlier there, but now it has become ROM 5. So let us go on. The major change in intent itself has been an attempt to clarify who's responsible for governance. Who is responsible? The owners, they could be partner firm or the single owner, the board of directors, in terms of private hospitals or public sector hospitals or various other hospitals which exist in this country. For the public hospital, of course, the respective ministries or respective governments like government of Maharashtra or government of Gujarat or government of India, as the case may be, are responsible, and their respective ministries like health ministry, etc., would be responsible, has been clarified in this new edition. Specifically, earlier also it was there, but it was hidden, I would say, in certain things. It has been made very, very clear now. So ROM 1 is all about those responsible for governance. What are their roles? How are they defined? So we have culled out a new objective element out of this totally, which says that those responsible for governance are identified, their roles and responsibilities are defined and documented. So ROM 1A is a new objective element, as I said, and in which we have harped upon what are the different roles, and they should be given a class or an orientation, an ongoing education to define their roles and to understand their roles very well. For example, there should be an authorized document in which the board of governors or board of board members are told about their responsibilities publicly and also during the meetings. ROM 1B is all about developing in the review by responsible vision mission, which was earlier there. So this particular objective element is all about vision, mission, values, an authorized document, which was in the 4th edition also. I think the change which we have done here is in terms of inputs from the external stakeholders like patients and their families, etc. So this change has been made in this particular objective element. ROM 1C was all about strategic and operation plans and budgets, which was earlier also there, but it was mentioned only as self-explanatory in the previous edition. Now it is clearly saying about strategic and operation plans and their explanation as to how they are relevant for the organization. It also includes making of annual budget, and this is to be made by the people who are responsible for governance, and they have to approve it, and then only it becomes an official budget or official strategic and official operational plans. So this is what ROM 1C is about, which was earlier ROM 1B. So ROM 1D, in this, the meeting of those responsible for governance is what has been described. This has been taken at an achievement level specifically, just to make sure that this is well understood, the quarterly performance review, and this has to be presented at the board level specifically. And this is how this is interpreted, this particular objective element, which is taken at an achievement level, probably because this was not being realized that the quarterly performance reports to be presented to the board of governance or to the board of board members, and also the quality performance reports also to be presented at the board level was not probably much appreciated. That's why it has been taken at the achievement level, so that everybody takes it seriously and brings it to that level where this is regularly being held. ROM 1E, the interpretation has been modified, that board will appoint a CEO, the owner will appoint a particular person who looks after the operations, or the ministry or the government will appoint a particular person. This has been emphasized here, and this is based on qualification, training, experience, and skills, of course. So this is an element where the interpretation has been modified. This was earlier there also. In ROM 1F, the interpretation again has been modified to include safety and quality improvement discussion to be taken up till the board level, as I mentioned earlier, and risk management, quality improvement activities, people are apprised at the board level. This is what ROMF interpretation means, which was earlier also there, where we were saying only safety and quality initiatives, whereas this has been explained more in terms of various aspects that it has to be discussed at the board level. ROM 1G, again taken at achievement level, and ethical framework, which we will elaborate more in the ROM 2 specifically, but which has been elaborated further as ethical framework. But the people responsible for governance has to understand what is this ethical management framework. That's why it has been taken at an achievement level and for their realization. ROM 1H, again taken at an excellence level. Here what we have done is earlier old ROM 1I, which was mentioning about various aspects of organization's performance, has been highlighted by that it can be put on the brochure.
Gurpreet, are you around?
Yes, ma'am.
Because so I think Sir has instantly lost a connection because we're not able to hear him.
Yes, yes. I think there's some technical issue at Sir's side. I think from my side it is working.
Okay.
Just hold on.
Can we cross check that? Let me speak. The unfortunate part of having these didactic lectures through the virtual meeting is always this, the loss of connection.
Meanwhile, we can request all to mail their questions about any topic to NABH at nabh.co also. So many.
Okay, sir. So I request all the audience to send their feedback as well as their questions regarding the new standards also to NABH at nabh.co. And as we had mentioned yesterday, we will also come up with the all the FAQs which were raised yesterday, and we also today. I will make a repository of the same, and that will also try to upload on the website. And thirdly, all the webinars, including this, will be uploaded on our website. It'll be freely downloadable without any charges.
Yes, we plan to share the slides also with all the participants. I mean, from the site, we'll not be mailing them because of the size, but anybody who wishes to download these slides, we plan to put them on a site. That is another. And many questions have been received regarding the policies, like what policies, about their question about implementation. So our implementation plan is already there on the site. Please look that up and see from 1st of January. So any application which is going to be received after 30th of June, we are planning, I mean, they have to comply with the new standards. Another queries, most of the queries are also there regarding the POI angle actually. So we are contemplating to start. In fact, the bookings are also open. So please remember that this course, this certificate course is transitioning, is a migrating from the 4th to the 5th edition. This is not a detailed discussion of how to implement the 5th edition. For that, our POI stands because that's a very elaborate course and that is a 3-day course. So that will start and we are preparing the self-learning modules also. Meanwhile, any of our speaker is here? Who all are here, Kashyapa, right now?
We have Dr. Deepak.
We have
Dr.
Deepak.
Sudhir also. Yeah. So it's joining though. Dr. Rao is about to join.
Yeah, sure. Dr. Kapoor sir is also here. There's one specific question for him.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir is here.
Sir, so
I'm
there's
here.
a question that all those hospitals which are already into multiple cycles, when they migrate to the 5th edition, whenever it is their due date, so whether there'll be achievement and commitment and excellence, all these OEs will be applicable to them?
No, we will start with the final assessment for all the hospitals to now come into the ambit of 5th edition standards.
Correct.
So it will be
So that
only
will
the
be
final will be applicable, and then they follow the cycle of this standard.
Supreet,
so
now you can hear me. Now I will start
Yes.
again, please.
Now it is audible, sir.
please, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah, sorry to there was some connection problem, I think, because of this. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
We
Hello?
can, sir.
Screen is
you can
visible,
see
sir.
Okay, so we'll start with ROM2. As I was mentioning about ROM2, it is specifically about ethical framework. In that, ROM2A is about vision, mission, and values. Here, the same thing which was responsible for governance, which we had mentioned earlier, has been repeated here as a separate objective element to be displayed on website. Alone is not appropriate. This is what we had earlier in the 4th edition. So ROM2B, it's a core objective element. It is old ROM4B, which was there, and it is about ethical management framework, which I again mentioned. But specifically, this is about framework includes code of conduct, minimum code of conduct of doctors, that is code for medical ethics, specifically mentioned. Then there is very interesting new objective element, which is at excellence level has been taken, which was earlier also there, but it has been taken at excellence level because of its importance. That ethical management framework includes all issues with ethical implications, dilemmas, and concerns. All those would figure here at an excellence level specifically. ROM 2D, which was earlier also there about the ownership, with the name of the ownership has to be mentioned, and it should become a form of registration certificate, which is for ownership, which is already there in your registrations of the nursing homes and various other government documents, which allow people to practice in a hospital and make hospital ownership very clear. ROM 2E is all old ROM 4E, which conveys affiliations, accreditations like NABH logo, NABH accreditation in a specific department, NABL accreditation for a specific department in an honest manner, which was earlier also there. It has been re-emphasized about the honesty aspect. ROM 3, old ROM 2 and 3 and everything combined here. The organization is headed by leader who shall be responsible for operating the organization on a day-to-day basis. This person is, you can call it CEO, you can call it the top administrator, or in some government hospitals, it may be a medical superintendent or civil surgeon. Essentially, this person is supposed to be the top person who is able to take the decisions, is what we are trying to emphasize is his importance, and that leader would be responsible for day-to-day basis functioning. So all the ROM 3 is all about his importance and what are the things. 3A and 3B, which was earlier also there, it was about qualifications of that person and experience of that person, whether in the hospital field. We had said that qualification, which remains the same, like in hospital administration or management, and the experience, we had said experience in the hospitals. So ROM 3C, now this has been really loaded because the entire chapter, entire standard of ROM 2 has been converted into ROM 3C, and it has been made as a core, which was earlier, most of the NCs used to come in the statutory aspects on this ROM 2. The entire standard has been now converted into ROM 3C. So you can imagine about the aspects of scoring, etc., which will get further reduced. So the importance of statutory aspects, importance of the research as a specific separate object standard has been converted into one objective element only. The leader is responsible for and complies with the laid down regulations, applicable legislation, regulations, notifications, and to update all the requirements from time to time is what has been mentioned here specifically. Various objective elements of erstwhile ROM 2 has been combined here, is what we want to say. So it is a loaded objective element. One must remember this, and this is really a new modification specifically for the ROM. ROM 3D, again, a new objective element at commitment level, that leader appoints all the leaders, the senior leaders in the organization. What is the senior leader? That is the first rung of the leaders, like medical superintendent or medical director, nursing director, or nursing in charge, whatever you may call in your organizations or other organizations. These are appointed by the CEO or the top administrator, is what ROM 3D is all about. 3E would be at an excellence level, wherein we define metrics for measuring effectiveness of leader. That means the KPI or KRA of this particular leader are defined in details, and that is how it is. That means the KRA are developed very well for the CEO, and his performance will be appraised by the board of directors or the top people who are actually owners, is what is 3F all about in achievement level. So if he is himself an owner and top administrator also, so he needs to do self-evaluation instances where those responsible for governance and leaders responsible for day-to-day functioning, if there is nobody on the top. But essentially for government organizations and private organizations or corporate organization, this framework has to be well understood, that the performance of the top leader is always appraised by the board. And here, if it is a single owner, of course, he himself evaluates that. And in terms of NABH assessors, this point is important from having a documentation to that effect also. ROM4, as I said, is about the professionalism. In the beginning itself, we discussed about that. The wordings have been modified of the the standard, but essentially it is same as ROM5, which was about the professionalism in the functioning of the organization, whether it is about strategic development, about operational plans, strategic plans, external scan, internal scan. So it is given a new form, which was earlier ROM5C, with the addition of certain models for developing these internal and external scans in terms of various models like PEST, PESTLE, STEEP, STIPLE, deep list, etc. What is it actually means is about a technological environment, economic environment, political environment, and various other things like safety aspects, etc., or the staff aspects. All of them are considered together to make it as internal as well as external scans. Depending on that, we develop our strategic and operational plans, and then goals and objectives are defined accordingly based on these scans. Okay, so stakeholders have to be consulted. This we had earlier also said. In the old ROM 5D has been converted into ROM 4B, in which measurable outcomes have been harped upon in this edition specifically. Earlier also there were strategic plans, there were operational plans, but they have to have a measurable outcome and a periodic review. That is how it has been taken on the achievement level. Generally, these are done at a level of quarterly meetings at a board level and monthly meetings at the operational level or at the organizational level. This is what periodic reviews or a formal management review meeting means. At a higher level, that is at ROM3, we have said that it has to be taken up to the board level, and ROM4 is about the operational level on a day-to-day basis. And the same is true in ROM4C also. ROM4C is essentially planning should be done taking into consideration the strategic and operational plans of the organization. The budget development and review process should include review of budgeted expenditure against actual. So it is all about 4C is all about strategic and operational plans and budget development at an operational level. And 4D is again at an achievement level, in which the performance of the committees, which was earlier also there, but specifically now it has been made at a achievement level, so that every committee is actually checked, and its minutes of the meetings are well maintained, and also the performance is reviewed from time to time. 4E, staff rights and responsibilities. This old modified from HRM also. It has a connection of HRM in which staff rights and responsibilities were mentioned, but here we have mentioned it specifically. ROM 4F is all about service standards, which was earlier also there, but now we have made sure that it is measurable and we can monitor it. That means it must have some value, and people are able to measure rather than having only vague terms like we will do like this or that, but it should be actually measurable. That means in how much time you are able to repair a particular machine or a particular critical equipment. This is just one example which I would like to give. Like this, there are multiple other examples of service standards. The organization shall decide the responsibility for and frequency of monitoring. Means everything is documented well, and everyone is given responsibility for the service standards to be monitored. That means earlier we had seen this in the that departmental level achievement function at ROM4D, wherein we know exactly which department has been given which responsibility and how are they measuring it. ROM4G again taken at an excellence level, like we saw Dr. Sudhir Sharma also mentioned about in the previous chapter. Here this is completely new objective element at excellence level. Similarly in PSQ we have said the culture of quality. Here we are saying culture of change management. That means systems and processes are in place for change management is what has to be understood in this by this particular level. That is why it has been taken at excellence level. We know that this is going to take little time for our organizations to understand and put it in place. So change management would include day-to-day functioning, a change of the leaders, change of equipment, change of owners, change of infrastructure, change of various things, financial changes, this corona change which happened, so many changes which happen. We have to be adept to that. That's why it has been taken at excellence level. So system and processes are in place for change management. The biggest change in the world has happened because of corona. Like this, we have to be adjusting ourselves to newer and newer changes which are going to happen. That's why it has been taken at excellence level. ROM 5A again made as a core element. Here the 5 is specifically about the risk management, which was earlier also there as ROM 4, now made ROM 6. So it has been made as ROM 5. Risk management shall include risks at every level, and these are analyzed. So interpretation has been changed. At a minimum analysis of potential risks must include the likelihood of its occurrence and the potential severity of the impact of consequences. So risk registers we had already mentioned, but here risk registers will turn into a risk matrix, and various other aspects of contingency planning, education and training of staff, though it has been included in HRM also, which you will see later in the course of discussion. But risk management, contingency planning, education and training of staff has been included in the interpretation itself. So 5B is directed at preventive actions wherever feasible. That means all the activities which are there in the risk management, like risk reduction, proactive risk assessment, all those will come under 5B, which was earlier ROM 6B. One new objective element has been introduced specifically, and it has its own importance at 5C, that it is at commitment level, but it is the most important objective element in my mind, where the management ensures integration between all the chapters, which is like PSQ chapter and ROM chapter, FMS chapter, and various other chapters of clinical safety, etc., into an integrated plan of risk management. So risk management is to be integrated with the quality improvement, strategic plans, operational plans, departmental and service standards, all that integration. So ROM 5C, to my mind, should have more importance in terms of integration with various things. And that is how we have made it as a new objective element. 5D, which was the old ROM 6C, achievement level, organization failures, it was earlier also there. Example of MRI was also there. The various other examples have been quoted in the interpretation, and it has been taken at achievement level. Why? Because it needs to be properly documented that yes, all the stakeholders have been informed, as well as the external agencies have also been involved, like in disaster management and all. Whenever there is a disaster, we need to involve the external agencies, the other hospitals in the chain, etc. ROM 5E, which was the old ROM 5J. So this is about outsourced services. The outsourced services, specifically 2 objective elements have been added, which was there earlier, but they have been, interpretations have been really modified from implementation point of view, wherein the service parameters of quality, numbers, reports, timeliness, all has to be included. Dispute resolution mechanism has to be put in place, whether it is a group or affiliate or a complete chain of hospitals, etc. Everything has to be defined very well in the agreement. So agreement has come into focus, wherein all the service parameters have to be mentioned, service standards have to be mentioned for outsourced services. Normally we look at service standards only for on-roll employees and on-roll services, whereas off-roll services also need to have their own service standards, and those parameters have to be well defined, whether it is for housekeeping, whether it is for laundry, whether it is for security, whether it is for any other service like MRI or CT outsourced. Those things have to be properly mentioned in terms of transportation, etc. ROM 5F, in which management is at achievement level, which has been taken, and here the outsourcing has been done, prescribed statutory norms and regulation. This is only one small change which we thought is very, very relevant, that, for example, biomedical waste management. Biomedical waste management, we do on site very less in terms of segregation, in terms of storage only, but final disposal, etc., is not in our hand. So therein probably there is no necessity of us and going and monitoring their services for disposal, etc., which is anyway mandated by the government. Nowadays, the disposal is with the central authorities or a central agency appointed by the government authorities. So that is not in our hands. So that's why it has been mentioned specifically about such services which are not in our hand, their quality parameters and outsourcing, etc. maybe. Whereas in laundry, it is directly affected their service at their washing points, at their segregation points, etc. is very, very important. Okay, so here we come to an end. Very small chapter, as I mentioned. Though I am very sorry that we had some technical glitches in terms of losing of contact, losing of connection. ROM deletions, which are very, very important, because normally the questions which are asked based on this based on this chapter are this only, that where is this research gone? So research is highly regulated, which was earlier there in COP. From there also it has been removed, and it has been combined in ROM 3C, which we said that being research is highly regulated, and this is has a statutory framework as well as guideline framework. So that is why it has been removed. ROM 1H, again, it was thought that it is very, very difficult to point out the difference between marketing and actual activities which are done as CSR, and CSR, whether it is applicable to the hospitals or not, and which hospital it is applicable. If they are not making any profit or any there is no cash flow, etc., then it was not applicable. All those difficulties we have put it on side by deleting this aspect, because anyway it is covered under various other elements. ROM 3A has been moved to AAC. ROM 4D, it overlaps again with AAC 1D. ROM 4F, part of ethical management. ROM 6D, incorporated in the implementation of PSQ 70, which I had earlier also explained about this. To wrap up, we have only 5 standards left. Objective elements are 32. Core objective elements, as I mentioned during my slides also, 4 core objective elements, 7 objective elements at achievement level, and 4 objective elements at excellence level. So this is just to wrap up. And core objective elements are 1A, 2B, 3C, and 5A. Dr. Kashipa, I have finished my presentation. So thank you very much for patient listening.
No, thank you so much, sir. This is fantastic wisdom. And I'm sure Kashipa has lots of questions for you.
Thank you. I will definitely
So
be
we
able
will be
to
taking
answer
questions
at the
after
end.
now. We can take the
That is
questions at the
also
end.
okay. I mean, just
Because
before
lot of
lunch.
questions are invariably come.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mr.
Right.
Deepak can take over with the next session. You can
Right.
please introduce.
Right. So from moving on to the management side, we are going moving towards the facility side. So as we all know, to inculcate the patient safety, the hospital also needs to be safe, and the environment in which the patient is kept, including the equipments, the whole gamut of things, the calibration, all that aspect is covered within this chapter. I introduce Dr. Deepak Akarkar. He is the Associate Vice President at Sakra World Hospital, Bangalore, who will be deliberating of this chapter. Over to you, sir. Please share the slide. Yeah.
Sir, your screen is shared. Please unmute yourself, sir.
On top right, there's a panel.
Well, can you see my screen?
We can see your screen as well as we can hear you now.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Good morning to everybody. It's my pleasure to present the FMS chapter as a part of the NABH. I am Deepak Agarkar. I'm basically working as a AVP in engineering services at a Japanese hospital called Sakra World Hospital. Namaste to all of you. Before I start the facility management and safety, I would like to touch upon briefly about safety as well as the security. Safety basically means to ensure that the building, property, the equipments, IT do not pose any physical risk to the patient, staff, or visitors. Security means protecting the organization, property, patients, families, and staff from the harm or loss. So this chapter basically covers about the engineering utilities, it covers about the medical equipments, it covers about the security and the other risks which are related to the utility. As you can see, the difference between the 4th edition and the 5th edition. See, the number of standards remain same, but the number of objective elements have reduced from 56 to 45. The first standard is basically about the organization has a system in place to provide a safe and secure environment. Here, the FMS 1A, which was earlier FMS 1B, the interpretation has been modified. FMS 1B, which was the earlier FMS 1B, so the new OE at a commitment level has been put. The organization has a facilities for differently abled. So let me get through a detail of it. So this is basically a core standard wherein you will see about the infrastructure which are related to the facility. For example, a grab bar at the patient toilet, a nurse call bell, is it working in the patient toilet? Does the nurse call bell exist in each of the patient beds at the ward level? It also talks about the safety while the patient transportation is happening, whether the strap belt is being put on the stretcher, whether the wheelchair is also having a strap belt, whether the patient beds are having the side rails which are in place and working. It also talks about the various signages, so which may be radiation signage, biohazard. It covers about the infrastructural, audio and visual alarms like the medical gas alarms or the fire alarms. So these infrastructures should be inspected periodically. So one needs to have an infrastructure. The infrastructure need to come when the hospital is being planned or when the new renovations are happening. But the most important thing where we miss is whether they have been managed properly. We often find that the nurse call bell is not working in the patient toilet because that's the last thing which is being checked in when the patient room is being occupied. So we need to have a proper checks and balances so that the people who are availing the service, that's the patient and the families, are safe in the environment. This is a typical checklist for a nurse call bell, which is being placed in the various ward areas. So as a team of utility engineering, they need to check all the points which have been mentioned so that the nurse call bell is up and working every time. The second objective element is on a commitment level, which talks about the organization as a facility for the differently abled. Here it talks about the toilets which are friendly for the handicapped toilets, wherein there is a provision for the wheelchair to enter and turn around. There is a grab bar, there is a nurse call system. And we also need to have the ramps which are there within the hospital when the horizontal movement is happening. What is the slope level which need to be there? Slope level of 1:12 is maximum is what has been there, but even 1:15 is what has been recommended in the IPHS standards. 1:8 is not supposed to be there. So we need to ensure that the ramps are not stiff and they are friendly for the disabled patients. We also need to ensure that the wheelchairs move across the hospital without any obstructions or hindrance. So whether it's outpatient, whether it's the procedure room, the wheelchair should be easily going inside. So normally we need to ensure that the doors should have a minimum of 1 meter which is been kept. So 1.2 is an ideal, 1 meter can be minimum which can be kept so that a wheelchair can easily go. So there can be a provision where it can be looked into for the vertical movements where the lift buttons can have a braille codes. So that possibility can also be looked into. FMS 1C, basically, it's on the facility inspections rounds to ensure that safety are conducted at least once a month. So once a month is being emphasized here, wherein earlier, so there is no prescriptive of once a month. So the potential safety risks are identified during the rounds using a checklist. So point to be noted here is there has to be a proper checklist which covers the various points. The potential security risk areas and restricted areas are identified and are monitored. The organization plans and budgets for the upgrading or replacing key systems, buildings, or components based on the facility inspections. This is a typical facility round checklist which can be followed wherein when you are doing the facility round. Facility round should start from the top of the building, where from the terrace, cover the entire floors and periphery of the building. It has to be an exhaustive, which should have the team, which will consisting of the engineering, housekeeping, the management team, nursing, etc. So we need to even see the ducts and the signages. So the checklist need to be basically followed. There are possibilities that the pits are there. So we need to ensure that the pits are being closed. There may be possibility that the low ceiling heights are there. So we need to see those things and immediately corrective action has to be taken. Whenever we are taking a round in the engineering department, wherever the HT and LT panels are there, whether the safety mats are around, we need to ensure that these things are being properly put in place, and whether the team who are within the engineering facility, are they using a proper PPE? FMS 1D, basically it talks about inspection reports of the facility rounds are documented and corrective and preventive measures are taken. As we know, the facility rounds are happening once in a month. It's also necessary that the reports are being reviewed by the committee or the team, and a proper corrective and preventive actions are being taken and they have been implemented on the ground. The facility inspection reports are reviewed by the safety committee and appropriate actions are taken. Evidence of pre and post corrective actions are maintained at least for the one accreditation cycle. So this is very, very important, because we have an habit, once the corrective action has been taken, so after maybe say after 6 months, again it will go back to the same. So to give an example, so there was an incident wherein outsourced cafeteria where the drain was not working and there was no proper sink. So it was been rectified and everything was been corrected, but after 6 months again we found the same issue. So we need to have a proper corrective actions and preventive actions, why it is happening and how it can be sustained. That's very, very important, and that need to be done along with the facility team in the as per the direction of the facility committee. FMS 1E is basically a new OE at an excellence level. So here, before construction, renovation and expansion of the existing hospital, risk assessment is carried out. Let's look into both. So this is a typical template of the facility round which has been carried out, and pictures have been taken and the responsible people's names have been mentioned, and a tentative timelines based on the condition is being put, and this the pictures are being taken post implementation. So this should be reviewed by the facility committee once the facility round is over, and they can understand what are the challenges and the corrective actions can be taken. As far as the excellence is considered, so before construction, renovation, and expansion of the existing hospital, risk assessment is carried out. This has a reference to HIC 4B. As you have yesterday heard, HIC 4C talks about the infection related risk while the new construction or renovation is happening. So there are other risks which can also be dealt in detail. In fact, the details are being given in JCI as a PCRI, pre-construction risk assessment. In NABH, we basically talk about two aspects, which is basically about noise and vibration beside the infection control. But there are other things like air quality, whether the utility is getting affected, what is the movement of the people, okay, in case of emergency, is there any path is getting obstructed? All these things need to be looked into before a construction or renovation or expansion happens. This is a typical work contract permit, which talks about these three aspects, wherein it's mandatory that we need to fill the is there any high noise coming out of it? Is there any vibration coming out of it? And infection related, whether all the air conditioning ducts are being closed, and whether the infection control team has taken a round, and whether they have approved the construction. So this is to be not only put as a contractor work permit, it need to be monitored so that the patients, facility, the staff and the visitors are not affected. So this is a new standard, but it's very, very relevant because in any typical hospital, the modifications, renovations keep on happening, especially in the COVID time. So we'll see that a lot of modifications are happening. And this will become very handy when we use this format wherein the noise and the vibration and infection control points are being taken into consideration. FMS 2 is basically the organization's environmental and facilities operate in a planned manner and promote environmental friendly measures. This is basically talking about all the risks which are going to happen and what are the ways how we can mitigate. So the FMS 2 earlier, old standard was split into two. The details, the organization's environmental and facilities operate in a planned manner and promote environmental friendly measures. FMS 2A, which was earlier FMS 2A and 2D, interpretation has been modified where facilities and space provisions are appropriate to the scope of the service. Basis of the appropriateness of facilities and space provisions will be as per the national and international guidelines. For example, regulatory requirements, it should be as per the government agencies like AERB. You can see here, this being the AERB typical, you can go to the AERB website, you can download any of the modalities, the typical layout, so that you will have a template. Similarly, IPHS standards will give the brief about what should be the sizes of the various rooms. Like for example, they say ICU floor space can be 25 to 30 square meter. Okay, then they will also talk about the corridor should be 3 meter wide. OPD chamber should be 12 square meter. So like that, they have given some descriptive things, so which can be adopted. Similarly, we have got the American Institute of Architecture, so which also gives the standards. We also have MCI guidelines. So whatever is appropriate can be adopted so that the facility and space provisions are appropriate to the scope of the service. FMS 2B, basically it's a interpretation has been modified. As built and updated drawings are maintained as per the statutory requirements. Designated person maintains as built and updated site layouts, floor drawings, floor-wise evacuation plans, and separate various drawings like civil, medical gas, plumbing, etc. FMS 2C talks about internal, external signposting in the organization in a manner understood by the patient, families, and community. The manner implies the language or a pictorial. The signage could be bilingual and should meet the statutory requirements. Here I have given an example of one typical floor plan of a hospital. So the floor plan, for a same typical floor plan, you can see in the next slide, it has a civil drawing, it has a fire evacuation drawing, it has a medical gas drawing, electrical drawing, air conditioning drawing, and plumbing drawing. It's very, very important because whenever there is any modifications or whenever there are issues, we need to refer these drawings. Like for example, in a civil drawing, what is the size of the wall? So where the pillars are there, where the columns are coming. In the fire evacuation, where are the fire escape doors are there, and in the medical gas, where the medical gas outlets are present, in which room they are, how the routing is been there. Electrical sockets, it talks about the panels, and it talks about the layout, how it has been done for the lighting as well as for the power layout. Air conditioning, it talks about the ducting, it talks about the location of the air handling units, and it talks about wherever the split ACs are there, the location of the indoor as well as outdoor units. Plumbing drawings talk about the wet points across the hospital. So you need to ensure that these all drawings are in place and they are updated. Whenever any modification is happening, so it's necessary that the particular area need to be updated and the updated drawings are being made available. And there has to be one person who is a custodian for all these drawings so that whenever it is needed, you can refer it easily. You often find that people are doing some modification, they break the wall and they find that the medical gas pipeline is coming and it has been broken. So all these things can be avoided if there is a habit of referring to the drawings on a regular basis before you do a modification and updation of the drawings. FMS 2C, wherein this is a core where there is an internal and external signposting in an organization in a manner understood by the patient, families, and community. So there has to be a bilingual language which can be easily understood by the patient or families, and there has to be the signages across. So there is one more thing which has been added is about the pictorial signages. So you can see a typical pictorial signages which has been taken. So this will guide the patients so where they need to go. So this can be one of the points which can be taken whenever we are adding a signages in the hospital. So not only we consider about the language, you can also consider the picture which is embedded as a part of the signage. FMS 2D, the old is FMS 2F, where the interpretation has been modified. Portable water, electricity is available around the clock. The organizations, the water testing includes biochemical once in 3 months, microbiological test once in a month, and water is collected at the user end tap. So this is very, very important. It should not be taken from the plant. It should be taken from the user end tap. The water quality is referred to the current version of IS 10500. And in case of a RO plant, the water from the inlet port of the dialysis machine shall be tested for endotoxin as per the national and international guidelines. It also talks about the, if you see the FMS 2D, it talks about the adequate potable water and electricity. What is adequate? So this question can be answered if you refer to the NBC standards. Like for example, if the number of beds are less than 100, So per patient per day, 340 liters is what is needed. So based on that, a capacity of the water can be drawn. Similarly, the electricity, as a thumb rule, the IPHS standard says 3 to 5 kilowatt per patient per bed can be taken, but it has various factors, whether you have how many operation theaters are there, how many the major modalities are there, all these things will decide. But as a thumb rule, 3 to 5 kilowatt is what can be considered for the adequacy. The potable water and electricity, as it has been said, that it has to be taken from the tap, which is at the various locations, maybe in ICU, it may be in the ward, or it may be in the OPD area. So as per the IS 10500 standard, it need to be done, and it should be done on a monthly basis. Maybe a tracker can be done, so you can select from which tap it need to be taken on which month, so that on every in an entire year, most of the areas where the taps are there, it can be collected. It may be from a kitchen, it may be from a OPD, it can be from the staff cafeteria, like that. Now, the potable water, basically, it also talks of the standard talks about the collection of the water from the RO, from the dialysis. So wherein you need to check the endotoxin level and colony forming units. So this need to be done at the not at the RO plant, but at the dialysis port. So this is something which has been added. So we need to adhere to it, so that we'll get the correct report out of the water which is coming from the RO port, which is near to the dialysis. FMS2E, which was earlier FMS2G. So it is talking about the alternate source of water and electricity is made available all the time. The organization identifies and mitigates the risk, and alternate source of water can be bore well or open well, or supply through a water tanker or a extra storage tank. You can see here that we have a provision wherein we can have a DG source which can be used in case the city power goes. Now the question is, what should be the capacity of the DG source? It should be based on the demand load of the hospital. So demand load is basically taken in a kVA based on the calculation which has been done at the time of the project stage, so that this is the maximum demand of the electricity which is needed. So the capacity of our DG should be same as what should be our demand load, so that in case the city power fails, the DGs will take over. Similarly, I've shown the picture of a UPS. So UPS is basically used when in case the city power goes and if the DG takes over. Maybe DG takes around 20 to 30 seconds, but in case of critical areas where the procedure like a cath lab or in the OT, so there should be uninterrupted power. So there has to be a UPS which will be there. So UPS can be a centralized UPS, or it can be dedicated to those areas. So the UPS also need to have a proper backup. Suppose one UPS fails, the primary fails, the secondary will take over. So the UPS also should be planned based on the capacity. Like for example, we plan the UPS for the medical equipment separately, OTs and ICU separately, and the lighting. In case the power failure happens, the lights, all the lights, they should not be blackout. Some of the corridor lights should have a UPS source. So that should also be considered. Water can be from a water tanker, or it can be from a open well. So based on the availability of the resource. What has been also talked in 2E is about FMEA, risk assessment. In case there is a failure of the electricity, what are the possible reasons for the failure? What is the risk level of the failure? And what is the mitigating things which need to be done. So we need to do a risk analysis for the electric supply failure. We need to have a risk analysis for the water interruption. We need to have a risk analysis for the water contamination too. So this risk analysis can be through a FMEA or from a HERA, whichever technique which can be a risk matrix. So whatever is possible, we can do. But what is more important is the people are being trained on this, and all the risk mitigations are being known to the all the respective the team members. For example, to give an example, there is a possibility that a total power blackout can happen inside the operation theater. So you may find that why it has got a UPS supply, why it can happen. Still it can happen because the power has to come through an electrical cable for some reason, for a rodent which has come in contact. So there possibility of short circuit. What can be done as a mitigating factor can be a possibility of one charging lamp which is being kept. So whenever there is a power failure, it will automatically take over. So these kind of risk mitigations can be done in the various areas based on the infrastructure which is available and based on the manpower which have been allocated to the hospital. Similarly, the risk analysis for the water interruption and contamination should also be carried out. FMS2F, which is FMS2H earlier, the organization tests the functioning of these alternate sources at a predefined frequency. In case of a water, if the organization uses alternate sources for making up the shortfall, water testing shall be done on acceptance and at a predefined frequency. If the organization uses alternate sources only as an emergency measure, water testing shall be done on acceptance. Water shall be collected for testing at a point where it is received from the source. Here, again, I'm showing a typical checklist wherein hospital checks on every monthly basis. A frequency can be set by the hospital based on how frequently the power fluctuation happens and how much is the total load. So you can test the DG with stopping the city power and check the observations, whether the DG is able to take the load, whether it is going to sustain it. So this can be done and a reading can be noted, and we can test it at a various time zones, maybe on the Sundays, maybe on the evenings, maybe when the operations are going on, but not at the peak. So these kind of various time zones can be taken on a different days, and you can test it. Basically, maybe once in a month should be best practice. Similarly, so the water can be a primary source of the water, maybe city water. In case the city water is not there, is the source is not available, the tanker water, whenever the tanker water comes, so we need to ensure that the water is being tested from the tanker before it is being put into the water reservoir. It should have a hardness test, it should have a TDS, color and odor, so that if it passes, then only it should be accepted. FMS2G, which is old as the FMS2M. So basically, the organization takes initiatives towards energy efficient and environmentally friendly hospital. This includes using a concept of the reduce, recycle, and reuse of the energy. And here, the wind power, use of the battery operated or e-vehicles, recycling of the STP, ETP water for gardening and flushing, reduction of a plastic usage wherever possible, use of a green material in construction, use of volatile organic compound-free paints. So these are some of the measures which can be adopted by the organization as a part of the environmental and energy-friendly measures. So few things can be like you can have a solar system which which can give a power. It can be for the power for your hot water generation. So it can be a power which can be taken for the the street lamps, or it can be for the fire escape, the passages. So we can get the solar plant. So based on the available space, you can have the STP or ETP, so that you can recycle the water which is coming out for flushing and for a gardening purpose. You can have the rainwater harvesting system, wherein the water is being stored and it can be used further back, so that we can conserve the energy. So we can also wheel in various the power. So power tariff is will be much lesser than what is there with the city power. So you can take from the grid the wind power. You can also take from the solar plants which are located far away, so that you will ultimately save on the reduce on the cost of the power. You should also have the energy conservation measures which can be done. So I have shown a picture of a BMS, building management control, wherein you can see the performance of each of the equipments which are drawing more power, maybe a motors or maybe from the lifts, so that you can see and analyze where in which of the particular the feeders the power is more on a monthly basis, on a daily basis, so that you can look into is there any wastage is happening. So there are various ways through which you can reduce the consumption of the electricity. So can be with the water. You can have a flow restrictor on the tap restrictors, so that the water consumption can also be curtailed. So the energy efficient lightings like a LED source can also be one of the measures which can be adopted across the hospital. As far as the construction and the paint materials considered, so the paint with the low VOC less than 50 is what can be adopted for painting purpose. So whenever you are taking the paints as a part of a project or in the engineering, so you need to ensure that these things are being taken. So basically this standard is for an excellence, but it can be easily achieved and it will reduce the total cost of your energy. So something which can be easily done if we put as an engineering team with the help of the users. If we put efforts, definitely we can reduce the consumption of the power. FMS 3 basically talks about the organization's environmental and facilities operate to ensure the safety of the patients, families, staff, and visitors. Here FMS 3, which was old FMS 2, so it has been, the old standard has been split into two. FMS 3A, which has a excellence in the level in the OE, patient safety aspect in terms of a structural safety of hospital, especially of critical areas, are considered while planning, designing, construction of a new hospital and replanning, assessment and retrofitting of the existing hospital. So this excellence standard, so basically we can refer to the various reference guides which have been mentioned in the NABH guidebook, Indian Seismic Code IS 1893, or a National Disaster Management Guide or WHO standard, wherein we can see the structural safety before we actually take the construction of the any of the facilities within the campus, or you can whenever you are doing a renovation. For example, when you are going from upgrading the MRI from 0.5 Tesla to 1.5 Tesla, the structural load is much higher than what is there in the 0.5 Tesla. So although the location can be same, but you need to have this structural clearance need to be taken before we install the MRI. This is one example wherein ambulance parking, which is next to the emergency, was been created, but before that a structural layout has been done, a clearance from the structural consultant has been taken before the execution of the ambulance parking area. FMS 3B, which was earlier FMS 2E, where it talks about operational planning, identify the area which needs to have a extra security, describes access to the different areas in the hospital by staff, patient, and visitors. The planning process shall begin by identifying the various categories of the people in a hospital. At a minimum, this shall include staff, patients, visitors in the hospital. Hospital shall have a mechanism to identify different categories. Further, the hospital shall define the access to the different areas in the hospital for defined categories as per the operational security plan. The process should give details of access to the OT, ICUs, including NICU, labor room, and emergency room. Vulnerable areas like dark areas, long corridors, entrance to the critical areas need to be identified, and appropriate security is in place, such as CCTV footage. One example is each different set of people are identified with a different color tags with a different identification, so that a security can easily identify who is an employee, who is an outsourced staff, who is the vendor, who are the patient attendant. Similarly, a CCTV control room will become a handy when we have to manage a big infrastructure. A hospital, for example, a typical hospital of 300 bed with a around 3 lakh square feet. So it's humanly impossible to deploy at all the places, though the number of securities will be more and the number of points are also high. So what can be done is you can identify those areas where it needs to be monitored, and you can install a CCTV. You can see a dark corridor at the basement in one of the area, and the access controls can be provided at the various places, like access control for a NICU, access control for the OT, even access control for the ICUs can be done, so that a limited people can enter in those areas. FMS 3C is a new standard which is at an achievement level. The organization conducts electrical safety audits for the facility. So we'll come to that. Before that, FMS 3D, which is the old FMS 1D, here the interpretation is modified. The organization shall condemn and dispose of the material which is not in use, such as non-functional items, excess unwanted material, general waste, and scrap materials, etc. This is a typical safety and risk assessment audit conducted at one of the hospital, wherein the various equipments, right from the transformer, HT, LT, and distribution panels, DG, UPS, lighting protection, emergency distribution, grounding, then the government, whatever inspections have been done, whether the fulfillment has happened, emergency controls, training to the staff who are handling the electrical equipments and utilities, and documents, all these have been audited. One specific point which has been mentioned in our standard is thermography, wherein so you can see the hotspots which are there in the cables which are embedded in the control panel. You will not see those things. So wherever, especially where there are cables, copper cables are getting joined, and over the course of time, because of the loose connection, there is a possibility of I-square or power loss, which can lead to the carbon formation or the spark, so which may eventually one day fail. So the proactive methodology is to ensure that the thermal imaging is being carried out, and it can be a simple tool which can be like any other equipments which are there for the engineering that can be procured, so that on a regular basis during the preventive maintenance they can see where are the weak areas which need a cable need to be replaced, so that can be done. So this is one of the good initiative which has come in the 5th edition, so which will avoid the possible failure of any of the panels which may eventually disrupt the patient care. FMS 3D, there is a procedure which addresses the identification and disposal of the condemned items not in use in the organization. We often find during the facility round or whenever the projects are happening, the debris are there and nobody is really taking care of it. So this standard basically ensures that we identify and dispose the condemned materials on a regular basis. This is further strengthened in the 5th edition because we are conducting every monthly a facility audit. So there is every chance that we'll be going to the various areas and we'll get to know these things and it can be immediately condemned. So there can be specific way of condemnation. So a condemnation form can be there with a authority, it can be signed off. FMS 3E is talking about the hazardous materials, which was earlier there was FMS 7A and B. Was basically FMS 7 was talking about the hazardous material, but now it has come in FMS 3E. Hazardous materials are identified and used safely within the organization. The organization shall identify and document the hazardous materials and has a documented procedures for this sorting, storage, handling, transportation, and disposal. In addition to the chemicals, biological materials like blood, body fluid, microbiological cultures, mercury, nuclear isotopes, medical gases, LPG gas, steam, ETO, etc. are some of the common hazardous materials. Organization could develop its procedures based on the material safety data sheets. Applicable statutory requirements shall be complied. FMS 3F, which talks about plan for managing spillage of the hazardous materials, is implemented. The plan shall be developed based on the information provided in the MSDS. The key elements shall be summarized in a manner that is easily understood, if necessary, translated in a local language. This is very, very important because we often come across the people who are using the chemicals who are not basically the ward boys or GDAs, and they don't know what is been written as a part of the MSDS. So maybe with the supervisors, if it has been translated into a local language and they know what need to be done in case if it goes in their eyes or if it falls on their skin, so they will immediately take an action on it. So this is a typical list of all the chemicals, hazardous materials which were found in the engineering department, but it's not only talking about engineering department, across the hospitals. So the materials need to be taken, and there has to be a way wherein we will convert the first aid measures into a local language so that a training module can be done so that the people can be trained in case of a spillage of the hazardous materials. 3F, the plan for managing spills of hazardous material is implemented. So you can see here the spill kit is been there, and spill kit can be kept at the appropriate locations with the necessary items so that we know that whenever there is a spillage is there, immediately spill kit can be taken and we can do the proper cleaning and disinfection based on the method which has been given in the MSDS. There has to be proper way of storing of the hazardous material, and there has to be a proper training to the people in a language which can be understood by the people. FMS 4 is talking about organization has a program for engineering support services and utility system. Engineering is basically a backbone of a hospital, but unfortunately, the people don't understand what is there in the engineering plant and the criticality of the engineering plant. Unfortunately, when there is a blackout, when there is the foul smell which is coming from the pipe, they will remember about the engineering. But as an engineering team, there has to be they have to be proactive rather than a reactive. They need to have a proper systems in place. FMS4 exactly touches upon these points. So engineering support service, a typical example, a transformer, a DG, the chiller units, the compressors which are for medical gas, fire pumps, or the water treatment plants. So these are scattered across the various places. So as an engineering team, we need to ensure that they are up and working and properly managed. FMS4A, which was earlier FMS3A and B, the organization plans for utility and engineering equipment in accordance with its service and strategic plan. This is very, very important because when the hospital has been planned, so probably when the bed master has been created, so we decide these are the facilities. But suddenly over the course of time, so if the facilities change, for example, radiation oncology was not planned earlier. Now suddenly it comes. So if the earlier planning, it does not have the radiation oncology, then there is a possibility that the electrical load need to be taken. So there has to be strategic plan whenever we are going for the engineering equipment. So it means if I am going for a DG, diesel generator, or a transformer, I need to ensure that I am accommodating the future requirements. Like for example, radiation oncology is coming. So accordingly, my transformer capacity, my DG capacity is being planned so that I need not have to change my transformer later, or I need not have to add the DG later. It's not necessary that we need to purchase the DG at the day one. We can place the number of purchase the DGs as much as the current load, and we can keep a provision so that whenever in near future, for example, a radiation oncology or a new modality has come, or a operation theater complex is coming, so we can have a provision earlier built so that the cable ducts are ready. So all we need to do is to ensure that the DG or the UPS are being put. So it is not only applicable to the DGs, it's also applicable to our air conditioning system also. Air conditioning also, the heat dissipation of the equipment and the areas are being planned, and based on that the tonnage of the chiller is being planned. So if we are going for an additional the capacity expansion, for example, additional building, then we need to ensure that a chiller capacity is being also increased. We need to ensure that the chillers, in the chiller plant, a provision is been there so that a next chiller can come. Similarly, the compressed air. So we need to, when the number of outlets are increasing, medical gas outlets, so we need to ensure that the capacity of the air compressor is also being enhanced. So is with the UPS, it may be applicable to our STP plant also. So likewise, so we need to ensure that whenever we are planning the equipments, the provisions are being such that near future or the expansions which are going to happen 5 years down the line are being taken into consideration, so that the later on there is no downtime for the existing plants, or there should not be any issues with respect to the integration of the plant. So when the equipments are being procured, there has to be proper collaborative way wherein the engineering team, purchase team, end users, finance and management are to be involved. To give an example, the hospital planned for the operation theater for the orthopedic, but the planning was not considered 18° plus or minus 2, which has been prescriptive, which has been given as per the NABH standard. So once the AHU was been purchased with a 21° plus or minus 2, and it was installed, later on the doctor said it's not appropriate. It's very difficult to make the changes in the air handling unit later. So it's better that make use of the end user before planning any of the areas. It may be ICU also, or it may be any of the areas, so that they give the clinical requirements. Engineering team will come with the engineering requirements. Then both are added together before the proposal for the new engineering equipment or utility has been planned. So whenever we procure the equipments, proper technical evaluations are being done, whether it's for a lift, whether it's for a DG, whether it's for a UPS, whether it's a STP. Based on the evaluations, taking the input of the users, we plan, and finally the management and financial approval has to be taken. So these are being dealt as a part of the FMS 4A, so that a collaborative approach is there. So the shock of the later can be avoided. FMS 4B, which was earlier FMS 3C, is talking about unique identification of each of the equipment where applicable, and the relevant quality conformance certificate marks along with the manufacturer factory test certificate and installation report need to be retained as a part of the documentation. The document FMS 4C further talks about documented operational and maintenance plan is being initiated. FMS 4C was earlier FMS 3F, G, H, I, and FMS 2K. So all have been clubbed into one. It's basically putting all the engineering facilities, operation maintenance in one standard. Care need to be taken that when the evaluations are happening for the engineering facilities, each of the various areas, be it say electrical, air conditioning, water management, civil, are being looked into in details, because which was earlier, it was a separate objective elements. Now it's everything has been combined into one. This is what has been mentioned here. So FMS 4B, basically the equipments are invented and proper logs are being maintained. So each asset has been identified with a unique ID. So it can be put as a stamp over this, sticked on this, or it can be as a part of your database. So, but it has to be identified. Otherwise, we will not be able to track the history record of the equipment. For example, if there are 3 compressors which are there in our medical gas plant, if the same compressor is failing again and again, so if there is no unique ID, so there is no way you can isolate it. And probably you will not be able to take a decision whether to retain or condemn it based on the past history. Also, whenever any equipment is being taken, proper quality conformance certificates are to be taken from the OEM. And it need to be kept as a document whenever any of the audits happen. As I was telling about the core standard FMS 4C, so the documented operational and maintenance preventive and breakdown plan is implemented. This is a huge responsibility for the engineering department to ensure that all the equipment's proper maintenance are happening. Maintenance schedules are being there, it's been adhered, history cards are being maintained, and more importantly, operational logs are being maintained. Operational logs, I would like to stress upon this, like if patient is there in the ICU or in the ward, we take the vitals on a regular basis. In the same way, for the engineering equipments, it may be DG, it may be chiller, or it may be a STP plant. So there is as per the OEM requirement, we need to capture certain parameters on a regular basis. It should be kept as an operational log. Operational log will give the health of the equipment, and moment there is any changes which are being noticed, the proactive actions can be initiated. In case if there is a temperature which has been measured, which has come more than what is been desired, which has been as a set, so immediately we'll get to know there is a problem. So this is a very, very important standard, so that safety of the hospital can be ensured if we as an engineering department take care of the maintenance of the plants the way it is being prescribed in our NABH. For the electrical plant, mainly transformers, DG, UPS, electrical panels and distribution panels need to be critically looked into. To give one illustration, so when you are checking the transformer, we need to check the oil gauge reading, silica, then oil leakage, etc. So we need to record the oil dehydration. Dielectric test has to be done, which has to be done on a proper time period. Proper fencing has to be there. Fire deterrent wall should be there, and fire extinguisher and buckets should be there. And a government who once in a year they come and check, so their report has to be there and their compliance need to be met. So the daily checklist for the equipment is been given here as a typical sample, wherein what are the things which need to be done by the electrical person is been mentioned here, and it's been done, and it's been countersigned by the shift engineer and the manager, so that we are sure that the equipment here transformer is working. Similarly, one of the important equipment, which is a DG, wherein the A check, which is a daily check, which has been done properly. B check after 300 hours, whether it's happening or not. C check as per the OEM guidelines. So all these things need to be done regularly and documented. So the electrical system, similarly, the water management system, which has a the water treatment plant, RO plant, STP, water storage tanks. So the cleaning of the tanks have to be done on a regular basis. The cleaning is to be documented, and the cleaning of the pipes also to be done on an appropriate period. STP, how good is the quality of the water which has been recycled, whether it's going need to be looked into. So these things need to be done with respect to the water management. Air conditioning plant is also very, very important, because we have the differential pressures at the various areas. Like OT has a positive pressure, isolation room has a negative pressure, and the air changes in each of the areas are also different. OT has a 20 air changes which is needed. ICU has a 12 air changes. So like that. So based on the design, we need to ensure that the air conditioning facilities are properly maintained. The filter cleaning has to be done on a regular basis, and it need to be captured as a part of a documentation. Furniture maintenance was been added in the 4th edition, is continued in this, and which is also very, very important. So the furnitures, loose and fixed furnitures need to be properly maintained. Engineering facility, whether the walls are okay, is there any cracks are there, or is there any seepage is there, that need to be looked into. All these things should be done in a structured manner, so that the more emphasis is being given to preventive maintenance rather than the reactive maintenance. Any typical room checklist has to be there. We call it TPM, total productive maintenance, wherein check all the various parameters before the patient is being taken in. So this has to be done by the engineering, and then it's been handed over to the nursing department. This can be a good practice which can be adopted in any of the hospital. FMS 4D was earlier FMS 3E. FMS 4E is talking about a competent personnel operate, inspect, and test and maintain the equipments and utility. The person could be competent by qualification, by experience, by training. Organization need to ensure that it has a sufficient number of supervisors, tradesmen, including a personnel trained in fire safety and electrical safety. Fire safety and electrical safety is basically very important for any of the person who is working in the engineering plant. So necessary infrastructure tools are available, like a ladder, voltmeter, spanner, and PPEs are being used. The inventories, necessary inventories like the fuse, bulbs, taps, paints should be made available. FMS 4D, it basically the calibration of the gauges and the equipments, wherever the equipment, the gauges are there. For example, pressure gauges or temperature gauges or the energy meters need to be properly calibrated. The proper calibration means we need to ensure that the team who is doing a calibration using a standard has a higher range of the values and a higher precision when compared to the device under calibration. And when the calibration is being done, so appropriately documented, so that clearly we know that particular gauge can be used or should be taken out from the particular equipment. And a traceability of the calibration has to be established so that whenever the particular equipment and the gauge is being seen, so we need to know where is the details of the standards which is being used. The competent people who are supposed to operate, so there can be since it clearly talks, it can be qualified, trained, or an experience. We need to ensure that the people who are coming, the induction of the people happens properly before they have been actually given a free hand to operate the equipment. It is similar to the privilege which has been given to the nurse when she goes to the ICUs, wherein she need to know about certain things. Same way for a electrical person or for the air conditioning person, they need to be first trained and they need to be supervised before they are being actually given a free hand to go and check. And they will have to monitor the various parameters as a part of the operational logs. Similarly, they are being competent activities of the engineering utilities. Engineering utilities department should also have the necessary spares and tools which are there, and it should be properly maintained. They should have the PPEs which are to be used on a regular basis. Like for example, a person who is in the medical gas plant, he need to have a earplug, and the person who is handling the HT line, he need to have the gloves and the boots. So like that, based on the application, they need to wear the PPEs. FMS 4F talks about maintenance staff is contactable round the clock for emergency repairs. As you can see that the people who are the end users, they need to know in case there is any problems which occur. For example, a nurse in the night, so when there is a power failure, so whom she should contact? She should have the proper the escalation matrix available, and escalation matrix should have the levels, level 1, level 2, so that the proper people get the escalation and the call is being resolved on a timely manner. FMS 4G is talking about the downtime of the critical equipment. So the organization shall define the critical engineering and utility equipments. At minimum, this shall include the DG sets, lifts, UPS, water pumps. The start of the downtime shall be the time when the complaint is lodged, and the end of the downtime shall be the time at which the completion of the job is ratified by the user department. So the downtime is to be captured on a regular basis, and we need to ensure that the downtimes are being preferably linked to the penalty, downtime penalty to the OEM vendors wherever applicable, wherever it's been serviced by the outsourced service providers. We need to ensure that the complaints, wherever it's been logged by the users, it's been closed by the user itself. Often we find that a complaint has been given over the phone, and the engineering team goes and rectifies or replaces the bulb which is not working, and then later on it is not it's not been seen by the user. Then the call is not been closed. We need to ensure that a closed communication has to be there, closed loop, wherein the user's sign off has been taken so that the call is been closed, and the downtime is only complete when the time the user signs it. So there has to be proper monitoring. So now there is a possibility that either you can use a software or you can have the manual registers, but the point is, and it can be traced back to the user level. So for example, in case the water tap is not working in one of the area, in the sink of one of the ICU, the time when the call has been logged by the sister, it can be in her manual register or it can be in a system, to the time it's been closed has to come. And a daily complaints has to be there. And in case any complaint is not resolved, there has to be a way where the report is being displayed and the actions are being taken. FMS 4H, basically return, guidance, support the equipment replacement, identification of unwanted material disposal. Basically, it talks about the methodology for disposal of the unwanted waste. So there are waste which will come out. For example, when you are doing an engineering project where air conditioning ducting have been done, so you'll get a lot of this scrap aluminum. So this need to be disposed of. So there, when you are using a DG, so you have a DG refuse oil is there. The oil need to be sent. So there is a way and process which need to be established where the disposal happens. Wherever there is a statutory requirements are there, it need to be filled. For example, in Karnataka, Form 10 has to be filled for a hazardous material. For example, the DG waste which is there. So when it is going out, so there has to be Form 10 has to be filled. So we need to ensure that where there is a regulatory requirement, the compliance has to be done. But this need to be done on a regular basis so that the area which has been held by these old items can be reduced or avoided. FMS 5 is earlier FMS 4 is basically talking about medical equipment management. As you can see in a hospital, as a thumb rule, around 30% of the assets are being held by our medical equipments. And managing the medical equipments and technology is very challenging and a tricky job. That too, unlike engineering, where most of the equipments are being operated and maintained by the engineering department, the bioengineering equipments or medical equipments are mostly operated by the end user, and it has been maintained by the bioengineering department. So the challenge of the bioengineering department or the clinical engineering department is much different from what is there in the engineering department. So the organization plans medical equipment in accordance with its service and strategic plan. This shall also take into consideration future requirement. The medical equipment shall be appropriate to its scope of service. The good reference for minimum medical equipment is IPHS guidelines. Medical equipment is selected, rented, updated, upgraded by a collaborative process. Here I am given an example wherein a neuroscience department is existing in a hospital. When there is a super specialty hospital, neuroscience, so there is a need for having a MRI. So we need to, strategic plan should be such that MRI is there so that you can have a MRI images which are there. The IPHS guidelines gives the list of the minimum equipments which need to be in each of the area. So this can be taken as a reference whenever you are when you are planning for the medical equipments. And procurement has to be a collaborative way where the team of the users, then the clinical engineering department, and the finance and purchase has to be there. A typical procurement has to have the involvement of the user so that you have a rating about this. Is an example which I have taken wherein there are three models which are from 3 different companies. We take a rating from the clinicians so that clinically first preferred, clinically second preferred, clinically third preferred has been taken. Similarly, the technical ratings are being done by the bioengineering department. They say this is technically first preferred, second preferred, third preferred. And finally, there is a firewall between the technical and the commercial. Commercial will come with their lowest one, second lowest, and third lowest. Finally, all the three as a collaborative process has to sit together and come to a balance so that we'll have a best technology with the best technical features appreciated by the user at a better cost. So this can be collaborative way which can be done. So this can be good practice which can be adopted in any of the hospital. FMS 5B is talking about medical equipment and devices are classified as per the risk defined by the medical device regulations. I will come to that. So FMS 5C, the documented operational maintenance plan for the medical equipment is implemented. So let us understand the difference between the medical device and the medical equipment, because medical device is a term which has been used, and it's also been used in MOM, so which was presented by Gracie ma'am. So medical device is any instrument, apparatus, appliance, software, material, or other article, whether used alone or in combination, includes the software intended by its manufacturer to be used specifically for diagnostic or therapeutic purpose and necessary for its proper application intended by the manufacturers. Medical equipment is basically also medical device, but it needs calibration, maintenance, repair, user training, decommissioning. For example, patient physiological monitor is a medical equipment which needs the calibration. Weighing scale is a medical equipment which needs a calibration and maintenance. So as per the government norms, the medical devices have been broadly classified into A, B, C, D category. So A is a low risk medical device, like it can be a surgical dressing or alcohol swab. B can be moderate risk devices like a thermometer or BP monitoring device. C is a moderate high risk devices such as implants, hemodialysis, or catheter. D is a high risk devices such as angiography, guide wires, heart valves. So what is needed is, as we are managing the technology, we need to assign the class for each of the equipment, so that when the maintenance is to be done, the maintenance frequency, one of the contributing factor can be a risk level. So if there is a D class, so probably it needs a very detailed maintenance. Not only this, the other factors which are needed is the OEM guidelines and the current history of the equipment of the downtime. So all these three things define how many times the equipment need to be proactively preventive maintenance has to be done. Of course, the breakdown has to be done as early as possible. So equipments have to be again properly invented. As like the engineering assets, there has to be unique ID for each of the equipment so that we can track the maintenance history. Maintenance history can be tracked manually or can be electronically based on the available current facility which we are having. And there has to be best practices can be for each of the equipment. You can put a do's and don'ts so that the users are being knowing what are the things which are to be followed. As I said, unlike the engineering, the bioengineering medical equipments are being used by the various people like the nurses or the doctors, and also the challenge in our current hospital where the high attrition of the workforce. So you need to ensure that people are trained on the medical equipments. So proper visualization of do's and don'ts and the quick instruction manuals will really help the people to ensure that equipments are up and functioning. Quality conformance certificate for the equipments are being taken from the manufacturers so that it's been kept as a part of the documentation. Pre-commissioning checklist can be established so that we can have all the various necessary things, whether it's an instruction manual, whether it's a training module. Another important thing with the COVID which is coming around is cleaning and disinfection of the equipments. This has been covered in the HIC, but I would like to stress upon this point here. Cleaning and disinfection of the equipment depends on the OEM. So each OEM have a different way of cleaning and disinfection. So we need to ensure that those things are being followed. We often find that the people follow the guidelines which has been given by the infection control. Sometimes it may not be what has been recommended by the OEM, which may end up in the damage of the equipment. So we need to ensure that these things are being taken as a part of the pre-installation checklist. So FMS 5C, wherein it talks about documented operational and maintenance plan for the medical equipment, like the core standard for the engineering. This is very, very important for the medical equipments. Medical equipments need to be properly, operational checks are being done on a regular basis. It can be done by the bioengineering team member, or it can be done by the user. And we need to ensure that the instruction manuals are in place with the users so that they can refer it. And whenever the equipments are being checked, proper logs are being maintained so that a document is there. Like, for example, before the start of the day in the OT, each operation theater, the technician or a bioengineer who is deployed in the OT can check the various equipments so that they are up and functioning, so that there's no surprise happens when the patient is on the table and the equipment is not functioning. Equipment maintenance also need to be, best practice of the maintenance is to be followed by the bioengineering team, and they have to be trained on the equipment, and they need to ensure that the proper tools are being used. Like, for example, here the person is having the strap which is put on his hand, so that when he's touching the MOSFET devices, which are the printed circuit boards which are inside the medical equipments, the static charge will not go in and the PCB will not get damaged. So the best practice has to be adopted. So the training has to be taken from the service providers so that all the necessary equipments are being maintained on a timely manner. Similarly, the necessary spares and the fuses and other things are being kept so that downtime can be avoided, especially in critical areas like in a cath lab or in the ICUs, wherein we need to ensure that the equipment is being made operational immediately. Now, with the COVID time, with the ventilator shortages, it's absolutely necessary that all the relevant spares which are available and the practice, what are the best maintenance practice, is being followed by the team. So there is as you can, another difference between the bioengineering and the electrical is, electrical maybe the number of utility equipments are less, but bioengineering, the number of equipments are spread across. Like, for example, the infusion pumps can be around 200 across the hospitals. So we need to ensure that a proper preventive maintenance tracker is being established, and based on the preventive maintenance frequency, again, preventive maintenance frequency is based on the risk level of the equipment, maintenance history of the equipment, and the OEM recommendation. We need to establish the frequency, and we need to plan. And based on the plan, on a monthly basis, preventive maintenance need to be done. FMS 5D is talking about the calibration of the equipments. FMS 5E is same as old FMS 4D, order is changed. FMS 5F, written guidance support the medical equipment replacement. FMS 5G, there is a monitoring of the medical equipment and medical device related adverse events and compliance hazard notice on recalls. So we'll touch upon all these points here. The monitoring shall include the medical device related adverse events. All statutory requirements and procedures shall be adhered. The organization shall participate in Material Vigilance Program of India. Recalls of the equipments should be communicated to the respective service providers. First, we talk about the calibration. The calibration of the medical equipment is very, very essential because we are measuring the parameters. We often find when we go for the walkthrough inspection in the hospital, we find that the EtCO2 reading, which is coming, and what is coming from a blood gas, the reading, CO2 reading, are completely different. So it means either one of them is having a problem. So the calibration of the medical equipment ensures that the measurement accuracies are being good, so that the doctors or the medical staff can take the decisions based on the equipment parameters. So this is especially true in the areas like ICUs or in the OTs, where the data from the physiological monitor, infusion pump, syringe pump, are coming. So we need to ensure that the accuracy of the results are in place. So calibration can be done either by the in-house team or through the outsourced, but we need to ensure that calibrations are being done from the standards or the master which has got a more range and the accuracy than the device under calibration. So when we do a calibration, we need to come with the final conclusion that equipment is fit to be used or not. If it is not fit to be used, then we need to ensure that proper alignments are being done. One point which has been added in this edition, which is a very, very relevant point, is post the breakdown of the equipment. So we need to ensure that recalibration is being done. This is very, very true, especially for the patient monitor or even for a weighing scale, where the load cell which need to be recalibrated. So we need to ensure that the recalibrations happen. So not only as per the guidelines of the OEM, you need to also ensure that whenever any breakdown happens, the recalibration is being done. NABL 126 standard can be one of the guidelines which can be referred for the frequency of the calibration of the various medical equipments. The qualification of the people who are operating the equipment is also very, very essential for ensuring that the uptime of the equipment is being maintained. So we need to ensure that people are being properly trained on how to operate, especially on the knobology. They need to ensure that they can understand the various the alarms which are coming out of the equipment and accordingly take the actions based on that. Especially it is true in the areas like in the ICUs and OTs, where for example, ventilator, the alarms are there. So they need to quickly take an action. Some alarms may be related to the equipment, some may be related to an application. But more importantly, the technician or the nurse or the concerned, the doctor should know what is the relevance of the alarm. The training need to be done properly on a regular basis, and a refresher trainings are to be conducted, so that more the trainings are happening, the lesser the frequency of the breakdowns. As we talk about total productive maintenance, which is a best practice which has been established in the Japanese hospitals. So the technicians or the nurses are being trained to understand to some extent, the first-hand level of servicing. They can, whenever there is a problem with for example, a patient monitor, the SpO2 alarm is coming, they know what need to be done. So these kind of things will take away a lot of work from the routine work from the clinical engineering, and also ensure that clinical engineering will more engage into the proactive servicing. FMS 5F talks about return guidance, support the equipment replacement and disposal. The equipments which are beyond economic repair, where from our master card of the equipment history card, we'll see there is a more space have been consumed. It is more than the cost of the equipment itself, or there is when OEM has stopped the maintenance of the equipments that need to be condemned. So technology outdate, there are possibilities that technology outdate has happened. So that can be one of the reasons for condemning. So the various reasons are there. So unsafe condition, unsafe equipment or the FDA recalls are also one of the reasons which can make us to condemn. FDA recall, as I was talking about the medical equipment recall, whenever the equipment is not is having a problem and which has led to an adverse event. So the adverse events need to be reported to the government authorities. This has been what is been talked in the this standard here. And also, in case there is a recall is happening for the medical equipment, so the recall has to be informed to the company who is provided the equipment, and we should take the equipment out from the clinical usage. So this is a typical website of the FDA wherein you can get the recall for the various equipments. you can register it so that you can get the alerts. Similarly, CDSCO India is also giving the medical equipment or medical device recalls. So you can regularly check these recalls, and whenever the recalls are there, immediately check whether if any of the serial number of the equipment is belonging to what is been there in our hospital, so that it can be taken out from the clinical usage. As I was telling, in case of their adverse events which are coming out of the medical equipment or a medical device, even for a medical device, so we need to fill this form and we need to send it to the government authorities. So here it talks about which particular make, model, what are the issues, details of this, what is the adverse events, so that an appropriate action can be established by the government authorities. This is something which has been added as a part of the new objective element. Downtime for a critical equipments is to be monitored. So this is an achievement. Basically, we need to ensure that all the critical equipments may be ventilator, maybe defibrillator, maybe or the MRI, CT scan. So those equipments, we need to prepare a list of the critical equipments which is going to affect the patient care, and we need to track the downtime of the equipments on a regular basis and in a cumulative manner. And not only the absolute downtime in hours, but the frequency of the downtime is also very, very important. And the downtime, again, similar to what has been informed in the engineering standards, it starts from the time the complaint is logged by the user, and it will close when the complaint has been ratified by the user. For example, in case the centrifuge is not working in the lab, so the time sheet, the person calls from the lab calls to the time it's been closed by the bioengineering team and it's been shown to the user, then the downtime is going to be captured. So the typical MIS can be prepared for the downtime of the equipments, and it can be monitored, and you can check and analyze, and you do a corrective and preventive actions based on the frequency of the downtime and the nature of the complaint. So the complaint analysis can be done. So it can be the 5Y analysis a tool can be used, or so any of the other tools can be used to identify why the particular equipment is failing. Is it because of the environmental factor? Is it because of the user factor? Is it because of the malfunctioning of the equipments? So that the downtime can be reduced or minimized as much as possible. FMS 6 basically it covers about the medical gas. Organization has a program for medical gases, vacuum and compressed air. FMS 6A, it talks about O is modified as a written guidelines govern the implementation of the procurement, handling, storage, distribution, usage, replenishment of the medical gases. FMS 6B talks about the various standards that can be cited in the interpretation. 6E talks about the regular test for functioning of these alternate sources which are there in the medical gas. So FMS 6A, so you can have the medical gases can be identified by the pipes, which are copper pipes, which are been color coded. It can be from either HTM standard or NFPA standards. Based on the standard, you can check which line is going where. So this will help. So when you are doing a maintenance, not only in maintenance, when you are doing an operation also, you will get to know immediately which line is being used. All the items, the cylinders can be properly caged so that filled and unfilled can be at different places, and there has to be proper protection for the plant, especially liquid oxygen plant. So there has to be proper barrication. There has to be again the statutory approval has to be sought for the installation of the liquid oxygen plant, and you need to ensure that the fire norms are being adhered so that the fire extinguisher is being kept near to that. The medical gases are handled, stored and distributed and used in a safe manner. Here, we need to ensure that all the items are being properly handled, especially now with the COVID time. The oxygen consumption has tripled in our hospital. So it will be with other hospitals. So when the oxygen cylinders are coming, what need to be checked as a part of the checklist can be established, so that the cylinders are being fit to be used can be taken. Similarly, checklist can be established for the various the utilities which are there in the engineering. It can be checklist for the checking our flow meters, checklist for a suction jar, checklist for the nitrous oxide manifold plant. So like that, we can do it on a regular predefined frequency, so that the downtime for the utility plant is being avoided. And those cylinders which are being used need to be properly checked. As you know, the cylinders are themselves hazardous materials. FMS 6B, it talks about the handling storage. We often find there are complaints that when the surgeon is using a pneumatic drill, the water content is found in the Air 7 line. So we need to ensure that on a regular basis, and so maybe in the ventilator, which has been used in the ICUs, which is connected to the Air 4 line. So if the NABH says we need to minimum one outlet of the ICU and OT need to be checked on the purity of the gas, the air quality which is coming out of it. So this is the typical checks which are to be done through a third party, so that you will get to know the content of the various things which are being identified coming from the Air 4 or Air 7. FMS 6 talks about the procedure for medical gases on safety issues. Safeties can be wall boxes which are located at the various locations. There has to be a strategic locations for the wall boxes so that they can be isolated. For example, each of the OT can have a separate wall boxes, because it's very, very important in case for some reason there is a leakage is happening in the oxygen line. So if we cannot isolate it, it is going to affect the subsequent the areas. So we need to ensure that the wall boxes are being properly kept and are being checked, and the pressures are being monitored on a regular basis. So you can see here the alarm unit, wherein you can test and check whether the pressure of the air is, whether it's 4 bar or less, oxygen, what is the pressure. So like that, we can check on a regular basis. We need to ensure that whatever the oxygen which is going to the patient, the flow gauges are being properly calibrated, so that the right liter per minute the flow happens. Pin indexed oxygen medical gas outlets have to be taken, so that there is no exchange of the one outlet to the other. So which can be avoided if it's a pin indexed medical gas outlets. So these are some of the safety measures issues which should be taken at the various levels. Similarly, the safety levels can be the various filters which are being pulled at the compressed air plant or the vacuum plant. FMS 6D talks about alternate sources for the medical gas and vacuum and compressed air are provided for in case of a failure. So we need to ensure that a primary source, if a hospital has a primary source as a liquid oxygen, the secondary source as a manifold, we need to check a proper way, like what I was mentioning about the DG and the city power. So we need to check whether the manifold is taking over from the liquid oxygen plant, and even in the manifold there is a left and right side. So whether it is shifting from the left side to right side to the left. So these kind of checks need to be done on a regular basis. It should be documented. So organizations test these things on a regular basis, as I was mentioning. So you can test here the nitrous oxide manifold is there. Right side is being tested whether it's functioning, which is delivering the same pressure. Left side is also being tested on a regular basis. This picture shows about the compressed air. So there are 3 compressors are there. So we can have 2 compressors running at 1 week, and other 2 are been running in the other week, so that we can check the functioning of both the compressors are happening properly or not. The operational and inspection of the piped medical gas has to be done at the various levels. So the picture shows a person checking at the outlet, at the ward level or at the OT level, what is the pressure which is being delivered. Similarly, you can see a testing of the oxygen B-type cylinder, which is happening at the ward level. Another checklist shows the air compressor plant, wherein what are the things which need to be tested. So there has to be a hospital should have a system of establishing the checklist for testing the various utility items related to the medical gas, and it is being done on a regular basis at a appropriate predefined frequency. And in any cases, if any abnormalities are being noticed, a corrective and preventive action need to be taken. FMS 7, which is the last standard, talks about the organization plans for a fire and non-fire emergencies within the facility. FMS 7A is same as FMS 6A, wherein organization shall have fire plan covering the fire arising out of the burning of inflammable items, explosion, electrical short circuits, or act of negligence or due to incompetence of the staff on duty. Deploy adequate and qualified personnel for this. Follow the NABH minimum fire safety guidelines, which has been put in the NABH website. Have a safety measures in place to minimize the effect of smoking during the fire. Have an adequate training plans. Have a schedule for conducting the mock fire drills. Maintain the mock drills records. Display the exit plans prominently. Have a dedicated emergency illumination system which comes into effect in case of a fire. Organization shall take care of non-fire emergencies by identifying them and deciding the appropriate course of action. In this standard, there is the list of the non-fire emergencies are not been mentioned. You can define based on the relevance of the non-fire emergencies in your own hospital, and then do an appropriate the mocks for those things. So you can see here the fire which is happening in the one of the clinical area, non-clinical the wherein a fall which is happening from the bed, or there is a sudden bursting of the pipeline which is happening. So based on the criticality, based on the possible hazard condition, you can decide which are the non-fire the emergencies which can be looked into, and you can do a risk assessment and you can do the mocks. This is a checklist which has been there for the fire, which has been put in the NABH website based on the height of the building and what are the particular minimum requirements to be kept. FMS 7B, the organization has a documented and displayed exit plan in case of a fire and non-fire emergencies. Exit plan will be inside all the enclosed areas like individual rooms and laboratories. This is something which has been added. Exit plan should remain open and have a push bar for them. Fire signage should follow the norms made by the respective statutory bodies, NBC or NBC. The signage and maintenance of refuge area as applicable is done. You can see here the fire signage which has been next to the our lift. Fire exit has been signage has been shown. Fire exit illumination can be through a lighting, and the lighting can be from a UPS in case if there is the sudden failure of the power source. So the UPS supply should be given to the fire illumination, which has been mentioned in the NABH. Then push bar for the fire exit. So testing has to be twice a year, and it can be increased. This can include for a fire and important non-fire emergencies. So here one more thing which has been added is the mock drills can be, the tabletop exercise can also be done. So this is something which can be also been followed along with the drills which are happening on the ground. A typical drill which has happened in a hospital is where a fire has been, the mock is being identified in one of the ward area, which is located in the top floor, through fire exit, the patient evacuation is happening and patient is coming out to the assembly area, and post that the briefing and the head count has been taken, and finally training and how to use the fire extinguisher has been done. So you need to have a mechanism for doing a mocks on a regular basis for both for a fire as well as for the non-fire drills. A tabletop exercise can also be done and it can be documented. Variations in the mock drills can be identified, and those variations can be immediately looked into, and the corrective and preventive action can be taken. A debriefing need to be done post the mock drill so that the people know what are the gaps, what need to be improved upon. The FMS 70 talks about the maintenance plan for the fire related equipment and infrastructure. This is also very, very important. We often find that the hydrant is not charged and the sensors are not functioning. So we need to ensure that regularly the preventive actions are being done. Randomly, the sensors are being tested, fire extinguishers are being tested, and they are being filled on a regular basis. The control panels are working and the fire pumps are working. And even the diesel pump, which has been connected to the fire pumps, has been properly maintained. So there can be frequency of the plant preventive maintenance can be established by the fire department within the hospital. The last objective element which has been added, the organization has a service continuity plan in case of a fire and non-fire emergencies. Here the plan includes mechanism for maintaining service continuity of the organization's critical operations. This plan should help the organization to improve its ability to respond when such incident occurs. The plan shall ensure that critical systems services do not fail and the failure are recovered within the minimum time frame. For example, in case if there is a bursting of the pipeline of a sewage line which is going from the basement is happening, which basement also has the car parking. So we need to quickly ensure that a mechanism wherein the problem is being arrested, and immediately the process should be in place so that the car parking is being restored by identifying the other location, and the correct location where there is a problem has been corrected at a shortest notice. So in turn, there are certain deletions which are there in the 5th edition. So the first one is about the safety committee, FMS 1A, which has been shifted to PSQ 1A. FMS 1C was talking about no smoking, which has been deleted as it's a statutory requirement. FMS 1G was talking about the safety education, which has gone to the HRM. FMS 3J is talking about the IT maintenance, which has moved to the IMS. HMS 6C is basically about fire and non-fire emergency training, which has moved to the HRM. FMS 7C was related to the radioactive disposals, so which has gone to the statutory requirements. FMS 7E is about hazmat training, has gone to the HRM. Basically, trainings have been pushed to the HRM. The IT maintenance has gone to the IMS. Facility, the safety committee has gone to the PSQ. So overall, to wrap up, 7 standards, 45 objective elements, 10 core objective elements, achievements are 4, excellence is 3. So the core objective elements, FMS 1A, 1C, 2C, FMS 2D, FMS 3E, FMS 4C, FMS 5C, FMS 6B, FMS 6D, FMS 7A. With this, Dhanyavad, thank you.
Thank you very much for a fantastic and a very lucid presentation, sir. It is indeed a lot of queries and a lot of issues which are always pertaining to the FMS chapter from the implementer's side, from the assessor's aspect, were all addressed. with a lot of pictorial things. So thank you very, very much. Oh, we will be breaking for lunch right now, and we will be addressing all the question and answers at the end of the day. And we can
Mr.
meet
Deepak, you
around
deserve
sharp 2. We will begin with the next session.
Mr. Deepak, you deserve a standing ovation for a really passionate rendition
Yes.
of why facility management is the backbone of any healthcare facility. So please accept congratulations. You can see the things on the messages on the group. Everybody is lauding you. I'm sure our participants are enriched by your very, very elaborate presentation. And there are so many questions, but like Kashipa said, let's take them at the end together. So, right? So we meet sharp at 2, right? Thank you so much.
We'll meet sharp
Thank
at 2. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Isha. Good afternoon.
Hi,
You
good
can hear
afternoon,
me?
ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah,
Perfectly.
yeah.
Audio is clear, no?
Yes, yes, perfectly fine.
Oh.
So we'll begin in a minute.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Dr. Isha, again, welcome you back to the day 2 of the certificate course. I hope all of you are enjoying the sessions that I've held since morning. So again, welcome you back post lunch. We'll be taking up very important chapter now, the 9th chapter of the 5th edition of Hospital Accreditation Standards, which is on human resource management. And we have with us very seasoned and very senior faculty, Dr. Archana Thakur, ma'am, who's currently holding the position of additional DGHS with Central Health Services, New Delhi. I welcome you, ma'am, and we look forward to the great learning session with you, ma'am.
Thank you. I can start, Isha.
Yes, ma'am. You can start, ma'am.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you enjoyed the lunch. And after the lunch, it's a long chapter we are going to cover, HRM. As you can see, it is the one chapter in which standards and OEs have increased in the 5th standard, because the training objective elements from the other chapters have been shifted to this chapter. It has 10 standard, the 4th edition had 10 standards and 53 objective elements, whereas in 5th standard there are 13 standards and 76 objective elements. So what is the intent of the chapter? Human resource is the most important source of the healthcare system. I just want to minimize this, the upper right panel. How do I do that? The management plans on identifying the right number and skill mix of the staff required to render safe care to the patients. The recruitment of the staff is accomplished by having a uniform and the standardized system. The organization must conduct induction training of the staff and should have an ongoing professional training and in-service education programs. A systematic and structured appraisal system should exist. The organization promotes the physical and the mental well-being of the staff. A grievance handling mechanism and disciplinary proceedings are in place. Credentialing and privileging of healthcare professionals, all healthcare professionals, medical, nursing, and the other paramedical professionals are done to ensure the patient's safety. A document containing all personal information has to be maintained for all the staff. In the 5th chapter, at many places, we have replaced employees with the staff. So what is the difference? The term employee refers to all the salaried personnel working in the organization, whereas the staff includes all the people working in the organization, be it the employee, be it medical professionals, part-time, visiting, fee for the service, or the contractual personnel, or the volunteers. Whoever is working in the organization is referred to as the staff. And in the 5th chapter, staff has been replaced by in place of employees in many places. So first standard, The organization, see, when I go through the standard, you will realize it's a very systematically designed standard. So first you have to have a plan for the human resource management. Then you need to have the recruitment process. Then you have the induction training. Then there's an in-house training, and so we go on. It's a process of human resource appointment and the development. So first is a they should have a documented system of human resource planning. 1A is the interpretation has been modified. Human resource planning. Human resource planning is done in the structured manner for all categories of the staff, keeping in mind the hospital's mission, the volume, that is total number of patients, IPD patients, OPD patients, the patient attending the clinics and all, the mix of the patient, services, and the medical technology is being used in the hospital. This is done with the involvement of the various stakeholders. Stakeholders would be the management, governing bodies, the staff, medical, paramedical staff, nursing staff, financial planners, and the expert groups. It shall use recognized methods for determining the level of staffing to match the strategic and the operational plans of the organization. So the aim should be that there is a right number of people with the right skills in the right place at the right time, with the right attitude, doing the right work, and at the right cost. And the output should also be right. So this has to be kept in mind. Where appropriate, corrective action is taken on variances found during the year and should be incorporated in the subsequent plan. Variances, what's the variance? Variance is the difference between the baseline goals set for the organization versus the actual results obtained, or what was supposed to be and what happened. That is a variance. You have to find out the percentage. It can be the positive, it can increase the percentage, or it can be the decreased percentage. Normally, this is used in relation to the budget and the finance planning. So if there's a variance, it was variance during the last year, it has to be incorporated in the subsequent plan. So 1B, interpretation has been modified. The staff should be commensurate with the workload and the clinical requirements of the patient. Staffing norms for the nurses shall be as per the published guidelines. There are published guidelines. Indian Nursing Council guidelines are there. NABH has also published the guidelines. So it should be as per the guidelines. And a good reference is the workload indicators of the staffing needs. Method laid down by the WHO. Whenever there's a shortfall of the staff, contingency plan to meet the workforce shortage exists. And this includes the support staff contingency. I will discuss in the next objective element. So what is WSIN method? So this is a human resource management tool. It provides health managers a systemic way to make these staffing decisions in order to manage their human resources well. It is based on the health workers' workload with the activity, that is time standards applied for each workload component. The method determines how many healthcare workers of a particular type are required to cope with the workload of a given facility, and it assesses the workload pressure of the healthcare workers also in that facility. And it can be applied to all categories of the staff depending upon the workload and the time component. The workload of the staff can be, the number of the staffs can be determined by this method. It improves. So how does it help? It helps in improvement of the distribution of the current staff, reduce the workload pressures, plan the future staffing, and review and align the task allocation between the staff cadres, increases the quality of the current health services. It is just, I've told you the definition, or I mean the what is a WSIN method, just to make you aware of this. So HRM1C is a new OE at the achievement level. The organization has a contingency plan to manage long-term and the short-term workforce storage, including the unplanned shortage. So at various times, a mix of skills required for the organization to function at peak efficiency may not be immediately available due to workforce shortage, which can occur on the shift-to-shift basis, short-term or a long-term basis. Existing staff crisis can be managed using a contingency plan. which may include strategies such as reprioritizing tasks, allocating tasks to the different staff members, and relying on the pool of filler staff, which may consist predominantly of the previous employees and the casual staff outsourced from the agencies. So the condition and the shortage of staff can be there. What can be conditions for the shortage of the staff? If there is a, due to absenteeism, the short-term shift to shift shortage can be if there are absentees, many absentees in one shift, unplanned leave, sickness leave, etc. Or there is a disaster like we've seen in COVID, when there was a lockdown and people were not able to reach their workplaces. So it can lead to the shortage of the staff. Or there can be the long-term, can be attrition of a large number of staff at a particular time. Like I've told you, COVID-like situation where the staff had to be granted the quarantine leave after working for 14 days or so in the hospital. Or there can be the unavailability of the qualified staff due to various reasons. Maybe it's a remote area, or the pay is not adequate, or because of other reasons. So there should be to meet such emergencies or such shortage, the staff has to have a documented contingency plan, which can be, first of all, there should be a buffer staff. For a nursing, there is a buffer staff should be 25 to 30%. For nursing, the buffer staff should be there for all categories of the staff. If the hospital has other sister concerns nearby and it's a short-term storage, they can borrow the staff from there. The staff can be posted from low occupancy areas to the high occupancy area to cover the crisis. Or the reassignment of the work or reprioritization of the work can be done. Staff which do not have much work can be utilized. In the COVID situation, the HR staff, IT staff, and the quality staff was being utilized for the documentations and the other works. So there can be the staff, the calling, there can be, you can contact the previous employees or adjust the staff schedules, or rescheduling of the non-essential procedures can be done to overcome such shortage, but there has to be documented plan for that. There can be ad hoc or the contractual appointment of the staff, like it has been done in the COVID situation when the ad hoc appointments have been done of the healthcare worker staff. So the hospital should have a contingency plan to manage such crisis. Next, 1D, it was old HRN, it was 1C. Interpretation has been modified. The job specification and job descriptions are defined for each category of the staff. So the content of each job should be defined, and the qualifications, skills, and experience required for performing the job should be laid down. It can be in a common format where you define the qualification required and the duties to be performed, or it can be a separate. Job description to be commensurate with the qualification. For a job which requires the skill of a doctor or a nurse, the minimum qualification shall be an MBBS and the GNM degree respectively. What has been added is the exception would be in cases where exemption has been granted by the government or the statutory body. For example, in many states, BAMS and the BHMS doctor have been allowed to work in the allopathic institution as a clinical assistant. So job specification definition, the qualification or a physical requirement, experience, and the skill required to perform a particular job, or a statement of a minimum acceptable qualifications that an incumbent must possess to perform a given job successfully. Job description, it entails an explanation pertaining to duties, responsibilities, and the conditions required to perform a job. A summary of most important features of a job, including the general nature of the work performed and the level of the skill, effort, responsibilities of the work performed. In many institutions I go, the people are very not clear about the job description and the job specification, though it was there in the previous standard also. So these are two different things, job specification and a job description. They should be defined for each category of the staff. 1D interpretation has been modified. Then we come to HRM 1E, which was old 1D, interpretation has been modified. The organization performs a background check of the new staff. The organization can have a suitable methodology to implement the same. So this has been left on to the organization, how they're going to verify the background check of a new staff. In the previous standard, we used to insist on the police verification, but now the methodology has been left onto the hospital to decide a methodology which is suitable to them. This should be done either before the person joins the organization or within 1 month of the joining. So what can be the methodology? It can be the background check can be done from the councils, from the previous employer, from educational institute, from where they are qualified. Can be police verification, which is a difficult task. Certification can be obtained from the local authorities or a councillor or a sarpanch. And if nothing is there, self-declaration on a stamp paper is that can be accepted. HRM 1F, it's a new objective element at commitment level derived from the ROM 1D. Reporting relationships are defined for the each categories of the staff. In ROM in the last standard, there was the organogram of the should be defined. So the organization could document this as an organization structure or a chart, and this shall document the hierarchy, line of control along with the functions at various levels. Organogram is transparent as it disseminated to all the stakeholders, and everyone should know whom they are reporting and what is the function, and the hierarchy should be maintained. Who is reporting to whom is very clear in this, should be clear in this organogram. The new OE HRM 1G is at the achievement level, exec interviews are conducted and used as a tool to improve the human resource practices. The interpretation is the organization conduct exit interviews to obtain feedback from the employees leaving the organization. This could be done through personal interviews, and this shall be a voluntary exercise. So there should be at least methodology and a procedure defined to conduct the exit interviews. Though it's a voluntary exercise, it should be encouraged. And it can be done using a checklist or a feedback form. And some of the parameters which can be included in the checklist would be: were you paid well? Were you mentored? Was there a job satisfaction? Or were you promoted? Were appreciated at the work or not? Did you feel the challenge while working? And did you get the did you learn something from the organization? So these can be the part of the feedback form or a checklist which has been made. The more important, and it is done for all categories of the staff, and more important would be the analyzing and interpreting the data so that the human resource management can be improved. So next is this is the standard split into two. The focus of this is on the recruitment. The organization implements a defined process for the staff for recruitment. So we planned the human resource planning has been done. We have to recruit the staff. So 2A is, it's an interpretation is modified. It was old HRM 2A and the B have been was there. Written guidance governs the process of recruitment. Recruitment of staff shall be based on the defined criteria. So there can be a recruitment manual describing the number and the categories of the staff needed, qualifications and the skill needed for the job, procedure to be followed for the recruitment, and other terms and conditions of the employment. Recruitment is undertaken following the statutory requirement. Where applicable, the process shall be documented and carried out transparently. So in the recruitment manual, there should be some of the information which should be there. First of all, the number of staff required, what is the purpose of that staff, qualification required, any legal formalities need to be done. Then how will you, methodology of from the source, from where the staff will be recruited, direct walk-in interviews, or from the previous applications which you have, or through advertisement, through an employment exchange, through contractors. The method of selection needs to be defined. It will be written test, interviews, then other procedures which needs to be followed, like the inquiries and the verifications. medical fitness, final decisions, terms and conditions of the employment, model application for the appointment, model appointment letter, model service rules, and much more. And there should be in the recruitment manual. 2B, interpretation has been modified. A pre-employment medical examination is conducted on the staff. The purpose of this examination is to ensure that the staff is fit to provide the safe care to the patient. Performance of the diagnostic test could be guided by the nature of the job of the staff in the organization. However, any such test done shall be in accordance with the law of the land. For example, performing pre-employment HIV testing without consent is illegal. The organization shall bear the cost of the pre-employment medical examination. The example of the staff which needs to undergo test mandatorily is the kitchen staff, which needs to undergo the stool examination for ovacyst and the parasites and the culture for the salmonella typhi. And for the hepatitis A, maybe the test should be done and the skin infection should be examined. So depending upon the job of the staff, the pre-employment checkup should be done so that he does not transmit the diseases to the patients and the other people. For the ambulance driver, vision test is mandatory so that to see that he is able to transport the patient safely. So the organization defines the organization defines and implements the code of conduct for its staff. See, code of conduct should outline the do's and don'ts for the staff behavior and workplace, and it should be in relation to the management, to colleagues, patients, visitors, subordinates, superiors, any discipline, culture of discipline and culture of safety. Everything should be outlined, what the staff is supposed to do, and it should be aligned with the organizational values and the ethics framework. Code of conduct shall include protection of the patient confidentiality, and it is preferable that the staff signs the code of conduct at the time of joining. The 2D, which is modified ROM 3B, its modified administrative procedures from the human resource management are documented. So what are the administrative procedures? Administrative procedures are the set of rules that govern the management of organization, and they are meant to establish efficiency, consistency, responsibilities, and accountabilities of the staff. Example being the attendance rules, leave and conduct rules, replacement, etc. And it can be in the form of a booklet which can be given to the person when he or she joins the organization. So the next is about the induction training. So staff are provided the induction training at the time of joining. HRM 3, which was old HRM 2. HRM 3A, which was initially HRM 2. With the HRM 2, the organization staff, including doctors, consultants, visiting, and the outsourced staff, are provided induction training. So the change is that everyone has to be given induction training. Maybe they may be the visiting consultants, part-time consultants, or the outsourced staff. All the staff has to be provided the induction training. The organization shall determine as to when induction training shall be conducted. However, it shall be within 15 days of joining of the staff. Objective elements B to H, which I will be coming later on, shall be covered in this training. The contents of this training could be provided every staff in the form of a booklet, and there can be a separate induction training at the organizational level and for the respective department. This can be. So it is not mandatory that the respective departmental training has to be included at the time of the induction training. But if the HCO feels, then there can be a separate training. There can be two trainings, one at the organization level and one at the respective department level where the person is going to work. And the record of the training shall be maintained. So HRM3C, which was HRM to ENF, interpretation and modified. The induction training includes awareness on staff rights and the responsibilities and patients' rights and the responsibilities. The organization staff should be able to comprehend the implications of their rights and responsibilities. So it's emphasized, they should be able to comprehend. They should be able to
Slowly because this is the need of the entire standard. So I want people to look at it from 2 or 3 standpoints.
I can't hear. Pardon?
It's just a helpline.
From my side, I can see the screen is, I can see the full screen. Maybe we can ask Gurpreet.
Madam, your screen is fully visible. Your screen is visible and you are audible.
So it's okay, sir. Can I continue? So if someone is having difficulty with the screen, maybe we can ask Gurpreet to see. There is that right panel. No, it is obstructing me also. It is coming over my screen. Can I close this right panel, which shows the audience?
You just pick it up and take it to the extreme end.
Yes,
click on top of it and take it to the extreme end.
I have taken it, then it just blocks my, whatever is written, it blocks the view.
You minimize it.
Minimize, I can minimize it. Okay, sir. No, it's not going even. It's there only. Even the photo, my video also comes in between. How do I minimize the video?
Ma'am, just press escape button first.
Escape. So if
escape button, ma'am. Yes. No, escape button only, ma'am.
I did escape and now I go to full screen.
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay.
Now is it okay?
Now it is okay. The screen is visible. I don't mind the panel on the right.
Ma'am, on the top of arrow, there is one right side pointed arrow. Just click on that to minimize that toolbar.
Okay, it's done. And what about my video? I want to minimize that.
Ma'am, it is visible to us.
Okay, then it's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now it's okay. The screen is visible.
Yes,
whole of the
screen is visible and your the video is also visible now.
Oh, thank you. So HRM3C, which was old 2NE, induction training includes awareness on the staff rights and responsibilities and the patient rights and the responsibilities. Interpretations, organization staff should be able to comprehend the implications of their rights and responsibilities. They should know it. And if you ask them on interviews, then they should understand the rights and responsibilities. They should be able to identify and report the violation of the patient rights and as and when it occurs. So the emphasis is on the understanding of the staff rights and responsibilities so that they are able to comprehend them, able to tell them if you ask them, understand them, and also understand the patient's rights and responsibilities. And if there's any violation, they should be able to report it to the authorities. HRM 3D, which was in the CQI 2F and the FMS, the induction training includes the training on the safety. So in the PSP chapter, we've seen that there was a safety program needs to be documented, and the staff has to be trained on the safety aspects of the program in relation to the patient safety, visitor safety, and the staff safety as per that program. And this will include the training on the codes. All the codes, code yellow, code blue, code pink, code gray, and whatever the hospital has, mandatory codes are there. The patient should be trained, the staff should be trained on the safety aspects of the organization. 3E is again the placement change. It has come from COP5. The induction training includes the training on the cardiopulmonary resuscitation of the staff providing direct patient care. All doctors, rehabilitation staff, nursing staff must at least be trained to provide the basic life support, All doctors and nurses working in the intensive care, ICUs and HDUs unit should undergo appropriate training. For example, advanced cardiac life support training, PALS and the NALS or any other similar programs. In case of the staff has a valid training certificate, the same is not necessary. The training could be imparted by the trainers from within or outside the organization using established evidence-based protocols. Yesterday, some participant asked from Dr. Govind from the COP that who can provide the training in CPR. So anyone who's trained. Trainer can be from within the organization or outside, but the evidence-based protocol should be followed. HRM 3F placement changes. Again, it has been brought from the HIC. The induction training includes training in the hospital, infection prevention and the control. Interpretation is the training shall include the policies, procedure and practice of the infection control and the infection prevention and the control program. So there should be the training in the hand hygiene, policy and procedure to be followed, the hand hygiene, disinfection and the sterilization protocols of the organization, the barrier nursing, medical staff should be trained on the antibiotic policies. So the staff should be trained in the HIC practices which are followed in the hospital. 3G again, it was HRM 2G. The staff should be trained to implement the service standards of the organizations. In ROM, it was there that service standards should be laid down by the organization and they should be measurable. Just now Dr. Rao talked about it in the first session. So the staff should be trained in implementing the service standard of the organization by way of the training. First of all, they have to be told what are the service standards. They should be trained in implementing the service standard of the organization. Induction training includes an orientation on the administrative procedure. There's a repetition. Last time we just discussed about it. There should be administrative procedure should be documented. In the previous standard we saw, now the staff should be oriented to the administrative procedures. It shall include the administrative procedures like attendance, leave, conduct, etc. And this shall include the awareness of organization-wide policy and procedures. Staff should be trained in the administrative procedure. Then 3I, induction training includes an orientation on the relevant department, unit, service programs, policies, and the procedure. So staff should be provided training regarding the policy and procedure of the department, unit, service in which they are performing the requisite duties. The training shall be provided at the department, unit, service or the program level. So this training should be regarding the specific policies of the department, the SOPs to be followed in the department, schedules of the department, team training of the department, technical aspects of the job in that department, skill training pertaining to that department, documentation requirements of the department, quality control in that department, safety protocols to be followed in that department, and the equipment handling if there are equipment handling training if they are there in the. So the department specific training should be given at the department level. So next is this was induction training. Now there should be the ongoing training program for the professional training and the development of the staff. 4A is written guidance governs the training and the development policy for the staff. So it can be in the form of a training manual incorporating the procedure for identification of the training needs. Training methodology should be there. How can you identify the training needs? So training needs can be identified by different methods, by organizational analysis, personal analysis, task analysis, performance analysis, content analysis, or the cost benefit analysis. And how we'll do that? These methods, they can be implemented, it can be done by, analysis can be done by assessing the knowledge and the skills of the staff. That is by interviews, by questions, questionnaires, interviews, by observation, by examining their work, conducting the formal assessment, by annual appraisal, by feedback from the peers and the colleagues, by the various NCs raised in the assessment, or new services. If the new services are being added to the hospital or new technologies are being implemented, then again the training needs to be implemented. So these training needs have to be identified. The methodology, how will you give the training? By lectures, workshop, conferences, simulation, by just giving the printing material, case study methods, or on-the-job training. This also has to be documented in the training manual. Documentation of the training needs to be addressed in the manual. Training assessment and impact of the training and the training calendar should be prepared. Training assessment can be the immediate training assessment or after some training assessment after some time. In the next objective element, they will be under the evaluation of the training. I will be discussing this. So you should have a manual which should document the procedure for identification of the training needs, the training methodology, and the training. How will you assess the training impact? Should be documented. Training calendar should be prepared. At a minimum, staff should be trained on occupational safety aspects and the soft skills. The training shall be for all categories of the staff, including doctors, outsourced staff wherever applicable. So evaluation then, 4E is the interpretation modifier. Evaluation should be done. Assessment should be done immediately after the training and after a certain period has lapsed. The immediate effectiveness could be captured using a pre and the post test. And to ensure that the training has resulted in improvement of competency at the workplace, the effect of training should be evaluated after a certain period has lapsed. The organization can define the time frame for capturing the effectiveness at workplace based upon the type of training imparted. One of the tools that the organization could use is the incident reporting and the non-conformities pointed out during the assessment. There are various methods of the training evaluation. The Kirkpatrick method is used very frequently for evaluation of the training. So the immediate training evaluation can be done by pre and post stage. For a long-term training, there can be evaluation. The evaluation has to be focused on the knowledge, skill, and the attitude. So knowledge can be tested by the interviews or the written examination, or the skills can be tested by observation or by simulation or asking the person or by mock drills. The attitude or a behavioral evaluation can be done by assessing whether the employee have learned to practice the knowledge on the job. So you can ask the supervisor to formally assess whether the employee is implementing the knowledge he's acquired on the job, and the behavioral changes can be noticed. So like I talked about the Kirkpatrick method, that also talks about the immediate evaluation of the training and a long-term evaluation of the training. It has 4 levels. Level 1 would be just assessing the reaction of the employee by giving the short question quiz. And level 2 is to see how much he has retained. Then level 3 and 4 is for the long-term assessment for assessing how much he has retained and is implementing in his day-to-day jobs. So the evaluation of the training has to be done. 4F is a new OE at the achievement level. The organization supports continuing professional development and the learning. The purpose of this is to ensure that the staff can keep up with the advancement in their field and develop skill and improve their skill set and competency. This includes encouraging and providing resources for the staff to attend the courses or the conferences. It can also include providing access to the distance learning and the e-learning resources. The organization should specify the minimum mandatory hours of training that every staff must attend in a year. So organization should support the staff in learning the new knowledges, maybe by giving them a free, like in the government jobs, the staff is given TADA and the registration fees for attending the conferences, two or many conferences in a year, to attend the workshop, and they are given leave, paid leave to attend the conferences and the workshops. So staff should be encouraged to attend the conferences, workshops, and learn new technologies. HRM 5 is a new standard. It has consolidated the various training requirements from various different chapters. Staff are appropriately trained based upon their specific job description. So the trainings from different chapters have been brought into it. So 5A, the staff shall be trained on various aspects of transfusion services, such as a safe transport of blood, obtaining informed consent, various documents to be maintained, identification of transfusion reactions, process on handling the transfusion reactions, and educating patients and the family on donation. Relevant staff should be trained on aspects that apply to them. Relevant staff include doctors, nurses, technicians, and the staff involved in the transport of the blood from the blood bank or the blood storage unit. So relevant training should be given to the staff. The attendant or the person who is transporting the blood from the blood bank or the storage unit to the ward should be given the training how to transport the blood, at what temperature should it be maintained, and the safe transportation condition should be taught. The person who is transferring doctors, nurses in the ward should be taught how to verify the blood before transfusion, how to transfusion, what should the monitor, nurses should be told about how to monitor the transfusion of a blood, what rates needs to be given of the blood transfusion, and how to find out how to look for the transfusion reactions. So the staff, relevant staff who is doing their work they should be trained in the obtaining the consent, or the documents to be maintained in the wards should be taught to the nurses and the doctors. The staff in the blood bank should be trained about the cross matching and the dispatching of the blood and keeping the documents whatever are needed in the blood. 5B is the relevant staff shall be trained in identifying and rendering care to the vulnerable patients as per the written guidance. So the doctors, nursing, support staff, everyone should be trained in the vulnerable patient care. There should be the document how to take care of the vulnerable patient, and they should be trained in taking care of the vulnerable patient. 5C is, which has been brought from COP, relevant staff shall be trained in the appropriate use of control and restraint techniques as per the guidance. So the techniques of the restraint should be defined, physical or chemical. Then how to give the restraint should be taught to the staff. How to monitor the restraint, the patients on the restraint should be also, the training on the restraint monitoring should be provided to the concerned staff, and this will also include the doctors, nurses, and even the security staff and the ward staff, the other support staff, whoever is handling the violent patients or the patients on the restraint. 5D is, again, the interpretation modified. The staff shall be trained to handle the challenging situations as well as good practices in healthcare communication. The training needs for communication skills can also be identified by analyzing the patient's complaint, incident reports, appraisal, and the employed feedback. Yesterday in PRE, in detail, Dr. Maggi discussed the communication in the healthcare settings. What is the enhanced communication and how to, the situations where enhanced communication is needed should be defined. The staff should be trained in communication skills, and the complaints, the communication skills, if they are deficient, which we can find out by analyzing the patient's complaint, the staff complaint, and the incident report. So I will not go in detail because yesterday it was discussed in detail, communication skills. 5E, it was old COP 5B. Doctors, nurses, and rehabilitation staff are provided an update on cardiopulmonary resuscitation at least on the annual basis. All doctors and nurses working in the ICUs and HDUs should undergo appropriate training. For example, ACLS, BCLS. In pediatrics, they should undergo the NALS and PALS training. That training could be imparted by trainers within or the outside the organization. So this is again, we talked about in the induction training where everyone in the doctors and the nurses in every area were to be given the induction training. And now again, we are talking about this in the areas in the ICU and the HDUs. They should be trained in ACLS. In induction training, we talk about the BLS training to all the staff in all the areas, whereas they should be trained in ACLS in the ICUs and HDUs, and in pediatrics, PALS and the NALS training should be given to the staff. 5F staff are provided training on infection prevention and the control. Again, so it should be as per the organization conducts appropriate in-service training sessions for all the staff at least once a year. During induction training, we are talking about the general infection prevention control policies, and again in-service training also, because maybe the ICN nurse, she has to train the staff if they've been posted into the high-risk areas. So in-service training sessions should go on throughout the year, at least once a year for all the staff in all the infection prevention control program of the hospital. HRM 6 is again the staff are trained in safety and the quality related aspects. 6A is the interpretation has been modified. It has been brought from AAC 8, AAC 11, CQI 2, and FMS all have been clubbed. Safety training has been clubbed here. The staff are trained in the organization safety program. Safety program has to be documented. It was there in PSU also, and this could be done through training can be done through a regular training program or a printed material. Staff working in the lab should be trained in the safety in the laboratory. And imaging services, the staff should be trained in the radiological safety and respect, and other departments also, they should be trained in their respective safety program. Staff posted in the chemotherapy what should be posted in the safety while administering the chemotherapy. So relevant safety training should be given to the staff wherever they are posted, along with the organization-wide safety program. 6B is staff. 6B is again, it was in HRM 1A and B. Interpretation has been modified. Staff are provided training on the detection, handling, and minimization of elimination of identified risks within the organization environment. So we talked about PSK, there should be the risk identification and the hazard identification and risk analysis should be done. See, organization shall define such risk that shall include patient, visitor, and staff related risks. So HERA should be done. The risk could be physical because of poor lighting, slippery floors, blind corners, open electrical points, naked wire, etc. It can be a chemical risk, improper handling of the spill, aerosolization, etc. It can be environmental risks like noise, smoke, dampness, heat, etc. Or a process related risk, blood and the body fluid spills, soil, linen, etc. So the HERA has to be done at the departmental level also. In this, the HERA for the whole of the hospital has to be done. And here, wherever the staff is working, the hazard identification and the risk analysis should be done, and the staff should be provided training on the risk within the wherever they are working. Further, staff should be able to practically demonstrate actions like taking care of the blood spills and handling hazard material, etc., which can be demonstrated by conducting the mock drills or asking the take simulations or asking the staff the steps in the hazard, the actions to be taken in case of the spillage or the hazard material. Now 6C's interpretation has been modified. Staff members are made aware of the procedure to be followed in event of the incident. The staff should be able to intimate the sequence of events that they will undertake in the eventuality of occurrence of any incident. The incident will include everything, the near miss or sentinel event or the incident. So staff should be, so what is the procedure to be followed in case of an incident? Staff should be made aware of it. 6E, Staff are trained in the organization's disaster management plan. It has been brought from COP4D. And in this important is that they should be trained in their specific roles in the disaster. They may have the action card, like the previous standard also, it was written that they should be, this job card should be provided, that every staff should be allocated a specific task in the case of the disaster. So the training in the specific role in the disaster is very important in the organization. The staff are trained in handling the fire and non-fire emergencies. In case of fire, training shall include the various classes of the fire, demonstration on how to use the extinguisher, and the evacuation plan. So the fire training should include the classes of the fire. So there are many kinds of fire. It's A, B, C, D, and K class of a fire. The Class A fire is the fire because of wood, paper, cloth, rubber, etc. Class B fires in inflammable liquids such as gasoline and petroleum. Class C fire is the fire involving the electrical equipment and the like computers and the service motors, etc., transformers, etc. Class D is a fire in the combustible metals such as magnesium, titanium, etc. And Class K is a fire in the cooking oil and the gases. So the different extinguishers need to be used for the fire in a different class of a fire. So there is a water in a foam extinguisher, there is a carbon dioxide extinguisher, and dry chemical extinguisher, and the wet chemical extinguisher. They are to be used in the different classes of the fire. So staff should be trained in the use of extinguisher, which extinguisher has to be used for which fire. Evacuation plan, they should be trained in the evacuation plans. Evacuation plan means the prioritizing the patients who need to be, patients or the relatives who need to be evacuated first. So evacuation plans as per the prioritization should be laid down, and the staff should be trained in them. And the procedures to be followed in case of fire, like switching off the lights, switching off the gases, switching off the bonding of the area of the fire, and there are other procedures in case of a fire, they should be followed. They also should be trained in their specific role in such emergencies. Everybody should not be rushing to the area of the fire, so they should be trained who has to do what. Again, the specific jobs are very important in handling the fire and the non-fire emergencies. The staff are trained in the organization quality improvement program. So quality improvement program has to be laid down. Is there, as we've learned in the previous chapters. So staff is made aware of the structure of the quality improvement program of the organization. The staff are also made aware of their specific role in contributing the quality, because what you see is that only the quality team knows about the quality program, or only few select doctors are involved into the quality program. It was emphasized in the ROM also that everyone should know their roles in contributing to the quality. Quality improvement program. Staff working in the laboratory imaging service, staff working in the lab should know about the internal quality control and external quality control of the laboratory services. Working in the imaging services should know about the quality control in the radiology. Working in the emergency should know about the quality control in the emergency. ICU people should know about the quality control in the ICUs and HDUs. Surgical services should be trained on the quality assurance in the surgical services. So quality assurance program for specific areas should be documented, and the staff should be trained in the general quality assurance program, quality improvement program of the hospital, as well as in their respective areas of the work. So HRM 7, the appraisal system for evaluating the performance of the staff exists as an integral part of the human resource management. So performance appraisal, 7A, the performance appraisal is done for the staff within the organization. Performance appraisal shall be done for all the categories of the staff, starting from the person heading the organization and including doctors, all the doctors. Where appropriate, the performance appraisal should include the competency assessment. In case of outsourced staff, the performance appraisal could be done by the contractor. So performance appraisal is an overall evaluation of the employee in regards to the skills, growth, achievement, behavior, and the knowledge. Whereas the competence assessment is the component. Competence assessment is a component of the performance appraisal, and it evaluates the current competency required for the job. If the job changes, the competence assessment of the employee will also change. And it is skill-based. Competence assessment is different. The competence assessment will be different for the different categories of staff, and wherever they are posted, though it will be as per their job description. Competence assessment has to be as per their jobs which they are doing. And overall appraisal helps in identifying the strength and weaknesses of the employee, if they need the training or the training needs of the employee. So there has to be overall performance appraisal as well as the competence assessment of the staff should be done. So 7B, staff is made aware of the system of the appraisal at the time of the induction. Awareness could be incorporated in the service booklet or the employee's handbook, which is handed over to them when they join or when they undergo the training. 7C is interpretation modified. Performance is evaluated based upon the predetermined criteria. Criteria shall be done based on key performance indicators or the key result areas which are derived from the job description. So KRA are the key result areas. They may be defined as the primary responsibility of an individual, the core area for which a person is accountable. They vary from individual to individual, and employees are predominantly apprised on their mutually agreed KRAs. Whereas key performance indicators, also called the key success indicators, these are the metrics used to define and measure the progress of the organization. It's a cumulative indicator of the fact that the individual KRAs are achieved or underachieved, which led to the desired or the underperformance of the organization. So criteria has to be defined. They may be, the staff may be apprised on the appraisal may be done based upon the KRAs. So KRAs also help actually help employees in number of ways, which can be, it further clarifies the roles and responsibility, and it helps employees focus on the result instead of the activities, and it helps to make value-added decisions. KRAs covers around 80% of the workload of the individual employee. So criteria has to be defined for the appraisal. 7D's appraisal system is used as a tool for the further development. This can be done by identifying the training requirements and accordingly providing the training whenever needed. Key result areas are identified for each staff, and training need assessment is also done. The organization should have the written guidance for management of the underperforming. So, like we've discussed, the appraisal system can be used for identifying the training needs. For the underperformance, so there should have a written guidance for management of the underperformance effectively, which can be, hello? So how can you handle the underperforming employees? Maybe you can identify and analyze the problems, discuss it with the employee, take the inputs from the peer and supervisor or the colleagues, and jointly devise a solution so that the performance increases, and monitor the performance. If the job change is required, then maybe the job of a person can be changed. But again, the organization has to decide how they will manage the underperformance of the employee. So performance appraisal should be carried out in the defined intervals and documented. It shall be done at least once a year. HRM 8. process for disciplinary and the grievance handling is defined and implemented in the organization. This OE has been modified. HA's written guidance governs the disciplinary and the grievance handling mechanism. The documentation shall be done keeping in mind C, D, and E elements, and grievances could include the workplace issues like bullying and the harassment. So grievances should include the bullying and the harassment also. Bullying is normally a verbal. Bullying is verbal abuse, we can say. Could be a mockery, humiliation, jokes, gossips, or the threats, social exclusion. This can be the bullying, but the harassment can be physical or the verbal harassment. So the grievance, this handling mechanism should include the bullying and the harassment also. HB is modified. The disciplinary and the grievance handling mechanism is known to all categories of the staff of the organization, which can again be told at the time of induction, or it can be in the form of or can be given with the booklet. HC's disciplinary policy and procedure is based upon the principle of natural justice. Interpretation is principle of natural justice implies that the both parties are allowed to present their cases and decision is taken accordingly. One-sided decision cannot be taken, whereas the complainant and the person against whom complaint has been done, both of them have to be heard properly, and point of view of both of them should be taken, and only then the committee should reach a decision. HD, disciplinary and the grievance procedure is in consonance with the prevailing laws. So the interpretation is there are the laws, CCS rules and the CCA rules has to be the procedure should be as per the labor laws. An internal complaint committee should also establish the organization to handle the complaints of the sexual harassment. The formation of the internal complaint committee should be as per the laws, and it was there in the previous standard also. So there is a statutory requirement for the internal complaint committee. So there should be the chairperson should be a woman. There should be the external member also, a social worker or a legal person should also be there in the internal complaint committee. So it was in the previous standard also. So it should be as per the laws, and it should be handling the complaints of the sexual harassment. In 9, the wordings have been modified. The organization promotes the staff well-being. It's a new well-being and addresses their health and safety needs. It's a new OE. 9 is a new OE. Staff well-being is promoted. Organization takes proactive steps to ensure the staff well-being. Examples of these include promoting the healthy lifestyle program, having defined work hours and the workload monitoring, providing scheduled breaks, stress management, access to the dining facilities, reward, recognition, staff engagement activities like gyms and yogas, etc. Tracking absenteeism or overtime could help organization to monitor the stress and fatigue indirectly. The staff satisfaction surveys are the other tool to capture this data. The organization should have facilities for the staff to take support and advice when necessary. So the feedback from the staff should be taken and it should be analyzed to address their well-being. 9B is health problems of the staff, including occupational health hazards, are taken care of in accordance with the organization policy. So the organization policy shall be in consonance with the law of the land and good work practices. For example, employees' health and safety policy should be there, and appropriate personal protective equipment is provided to the staff concerned, and they are educated on how to use them. So what can be the various occupational health hazards? Could be the physical, chemical, biological, mechanical, or the psychological health hazard. Physical can be the needle-stick injuries, the exposure to the fluid exposure to the radiation, exposure to the chemotherapy drugs, or a noise. If there's a noise in the utility areas, then the hearing impairment can occur. Chemical exposure can be the toxic fumes of the chemicals used in the histopathology. Formaldehyde is used, or ETO in the CSSD. Biological can be exposure to the virulent organisms like COVID is one example. Mechanical injuries can be there, or the psychological injuries are the psychological effect hazard due to, for example, stress due to overwork or the anxiety or lack of job satisfaction. So they all should be addressed and taken care of in accordance with the organization policies. 9C is the the interpretation modify. Health checks of the staff dealing with the direct patient care are done at least once a year, and the findings and the results are documented. The results of examination, investigation, if any, and outcome of the evaluation should be documented in the personnel file. The organization could define the parameters, and they can be different for the different categories of these staff. They can be different for the doctors, different for the nurses, and different for the people working in the different areas. The organization could also identify the competent individuals who perform the same. The staff members shall not be charged for this health checks. The organization could do health checks more frequently if required. So the parameters can be different for the different people. For example, the staff posted in the maintenance area, there's so much of a noise, audiometry has to be done. Staff posted in the tubercular ward need to get the X-ray tests done, and the AFB for the sputum for the AFB done frequently. And similarly, in the COVID situation, antigen testing and the antibody testing of the staff providing the direct care to the who is involved into direct care to the patient is one example of the health checkup of the staff. 9D is the new OE at the commitment level. Organization provides treatment to the staff who sustain workplace-related injuries. We've discussed if any example of workplace-related injuries are needle stick injuries, back injuries, hearing impairment due to noise level, etc. So treatment should be provided to the staff if it is proved that they are they have occurred at the workplace, and if the counseling is needed to manage the stress, that should also be provided. HRM 9E, new OE at commitment level. The organization has a measure in place for prevention and the handling of the workplace violence. Every day we hear that doctors are beaten up in the various hospitals, in the emergencies or in the ICU and CCU. So this has been included in the NABH standard also, that there should be measures in place to prevent and handle the workplace violence. And an integrative and the participative approach is used to address this. The key aspects include the workplace risk assessment, including identifying the situations at special risk. First of all, the areas which are at a higher risk, the situations which are at a special risk, workplace interventions, including the information and communication, environmental interventions, including signage, security, CCTV cameras, and restricted access and the individual interventions like the training. The organization shall have a mechanism in place to handle these situations if they occur, including liaising with the law enforcement agencies where applicable, and provisions of the counseling to the affected staff. So workplace violence can be where staff are abused, threatened, or assaulted, involving an explicit or implicit challenge to their safety, well-being, or the health. Patient or the relative can turn violent or aggressive due to various reasons and may try to vent out their aggression on the staff on duty. This may result in the harsh words, physical assault, shouting, or the threats from the aggressive person to the staff. Different staff may react differently to the situation. So risk assessment of the facility and environment should be done. Situations and areas which are high risk for such incidents should be identified. CCTV cameras should be in the right places like ER, ICUs, billing and reception, waiting areas. Access should be controlled in these areas. Awareness programs for the doctors, staff, and the should be there, and communication training to them in soft skills, especially in the soft skills, should be given. Security should be well trained to handle the violence at that time, and legal officer guiding on the various aspects of the violence should be available. The guideline is provided to help the staff in combating such situation in an optimal manner and prevent the harm or threat from the violent patient. So this is a new objective element and very, very relevant and important. So we come to HRM 10. The This is the record maintenance. Personal files are maintained with respect to all the staff and their confidentiality is ensured. Each file must be current and updated. The organization maintains the confidential access to the personal file. The organization maintains confidentiality and access to the personal file is restricted. So there can be the digital files, there can be the manual file. If there are digital files, there should be adequate control in the system so that unauthorized people cannot access it. If they're manual files, they should be kept under lock and key with the authorized person and cannot be issued to anybody. They should be issued with the permission from the authorized person only. So one has, this is a new thing, that the confidentiality of the information has to be maintained in the personal file. 10B, the personal files contain the personal information regarding the staff qualification, job description, verification of credentials and health status. The personal file should contain these records. So records should be there in the personal file. Now in the subsequent standards, it's more of a descriptive. There's nothing, I think I will, the time is also not there much, so I will just hurry up a bit. HRM 10C is interpretation has been modified. Records of in-service training and education are contained in the personal file. It explains the same. It explains only few changes have been done. In case of internal training, the organization could file a summary of all the training attended by the staff on an annual basis. However, there should be supporting document, hard copy and soft copy to verify that the staff has attended. There are many training records, so you need not keep all the records in the training files. You can just keep a summary of the training attended by the staff, but the traceability to all that list, traceability to that to the list should be there in the hard copy or the soft copy, and it should be provided for the assessment if needed. In case the organization maintains the training records elsewhere, traceability shall be provided in the personal file. Personal file shall contain the results of all the evaluation and the marks, which would be the appraisal, performance appraisals, training assessment, and outcome of the health check. The personal file would include records of the achievement, appreciation, complaint, warnings, and memos also. 11C, O is modified information about the, now we come to 11. The information about the medical professional is appropriately verified when possible. Interpretation is the credentials are verified from the organization. So 11 is the credentialing and the privileging. So credentials are verified from the organization which has awarded the qualification and the training. So how will you verify the credentialing of the doctor? It can be verified from the council site, MCI site, or from the state council site. From the sites of the council, state councils, or the MCI councils, or if they have attended any training, so the institution from where they attended the training can be contacted and credentials can be verified. 11C. So A and B there is no change. It has not been written in this, but A and B is that the 11 is the process of credentialing and privileging of the medical professional permitted to provide patient care without supervision should be in place. So A and B, since there has been no change, has not been mentioned into it. The C, the information about medical professionals appropriately verified where possible from the MCI website or from this is there. The D. Your D is organizations shall identify clinical services which each medical professional is authorized to do. This shall be done based upon the qualification, experience, and any additional training received. For example, radiotherapy can be given by the radiation oncologist. Privileges have to be reviewed every year and wherever necessary. So, privileging. So, in case of medical staff, the MCI says which qualification, and at the MCI, it is documented that which qualification is required for performing a particular job. For example, GI surgeon, if you designate somebody as a GI surgeon, give them the privileging of a GI surgery, then he should be MCH in GI surgery. A neurosurgeon, if you give the privileging of a neurosurgeon to a person, then he should have the MCH in neurosurgery. So these privileges can be verified from the MCI website, whether what qualification is required to carry out a particular work, and privileges should be granted as per their privileges, as per their degrees, qualifications, and or the training received. And they can be reviewed every year depending upon any new qualification or a training acquired by them. In case of PG, postgraduates, JD student, and the MD and MBBS student, they should be reviewed every year, because they learn few in the first year. You cannot give them those privileges which you can give in the second or the third year or after passing out. So the privileges can be reviewed every year, and they should be as per the qualification and the experience or additional training received. 11E, the requisite services to be provided by the medical professionals are known to them as well as the various departments or units of the organization. So this could be done by the internal communication. The communication of to the medical professional should include aspects, for example, in the OPD, consultation, the OPD staff should know the consultation rights of a doctor, admission rights of a doctor, and rights to certain procedures in the OT surgeries. The OTs should know the rights of a surgeon to perform the types of surgeries. The endoscopy department, cath labs, and the bronchoscopy department should know the rights of the privileging of a doctor, or the rights he's been allowed, rights he's been given to perform the procedures. So concerned department are informed of the relevant privileges, rights of the medical professionals. For example, front desk shall be informed of the admission right, the operation theatre rights, and the surgical rights. (12C). So 11. So this was about the doctors, medical staff privileging and the credentialing. We come to 12. F is not written here because there is no change as from the 4th standard. So 12 is talking about the process of credentialing and privileging of the nursing professionals permitted to provide the patient care without supervision. A and B, there is no change, so they are not written. C is the information. The information about the nursing staff is appropriately verified when possible. So this can be verified from various councils, from the councils, and many a times you cannot access the council, the site of the Indian Nursing Councils. So it can be from the state council or from the places wherever they work, from wherever they've acquired the degrees and worked earlier. So credentialing can be done from there. The nursing staff are granted privileges in consonance with their qualification, training, experience, and the registration. So the nurse, if, for example, if a nursing posted in the infection control department, in the hospital infection control program, or called the ICN, nurse should be trained in a infection control practices somewhere, should have worked somewhere. So they should be trained in the hospital infection control program to be given privileges of the ICN. So if the nursing staff has acquired special training or certificates or attended the courses, they can be privileged to work a special task. Otherwise, wherever they are posted, if they worked in a particular department, like someone has worked in a pediatrics for a long time, so maybe she can be given, under a trained person, she can be given a privilege to work in the pediatrics department because the qualification is same for them, GNM, BSc, or BSc nursing, or the GNM. If by the virtue of their training or working in a department for a long time under the experts, they can be granted privileges of a particular area. And if they want, or they can work in a particular area under supervision of the trained staff for say a month or a 15 days, depending upon the knowledge and the experience. And then they can be granted privilege for the special areas like ICUs and OTs and labor rooms. So first they may work, if they do not have a training before joining the organization, they can work under the supervisor for 15 days or a month, and then only they can be given privileges of that particular special areas. So privilege again in the case of nurses also, they should be reviewed every year. The privilege should be known to the nursing staff. It can be done by the internal communication to the nurse, to the nursing services, and to the concerned department. The department should know whether they are on the training or they've been given privileges to conduct certain procedures or work in a particular department. HRM 13 is absolutely new standard. So we've included the credential and privileging of the para-clinical professionals permitted to provide the patient care without supervision. It was not there in the old, in the fourth edition. So paraclinical professional permitted by the law, regulations, and the organization to provide patient care without supervisions are identified. So organization identifies other clinical professionals such as physiotherapists, rehabilitation therapists, dentists, pharmacists, clinical pharmacists, technologists as in the OT technician, lab technician, CSSE technician, radiographers, and the other dialysis technicians who have the required qualification, training, and experience to provide patient care in the consonance law. So this can be by the virtue of their degree. Like for physiotherapists, there can be BPT and the MPT. There is the dietitians have a course by virtue of a degree, diploma, or a certificate. In case of dietitian, pharmacist, and if the courses are not available, for example, if some of the courses for the technologists are not available. So if the 6-month skill training under experts with can be accepted, but the condition is that the course should have been designed by the experts and trained by the expert, and in the end there should have been the written test. Then they can be utilized as the in a particular as a particular technologist. For most of the technologies, the courses are available nowadays, which are approved. The education, registration, training, and experience of the paraclinical professional is documented and updated periodically. So it should be verified. Updating is done after acquisition of a new skill or a qualification. The organization shall do the same by verifying the credentials from the organization which has awarded the certificate, diploma, or the training to the staff. Paraclinical professionals are granted privileges in consonance with their qualification, training, and experience. So just like for nurses and for the doctors, so they should be granted privileges as per their qualifications. And if we are posting for example, in the labs, they have only the DMLT, but they are posted in the pathology. They can work under somebody in the pathology under supervisor for some days, and then they can be granted privilege to do the pathology. If they are shifted to the microbiology, they should be trained under a microbiologist and a senior technician in microbiology, and then they can be given privileges of the microbiologist. So requisite D is the requisite service to be provided by the paramedical professionals are known to them as well as the various departments, units of the organization, and this can be done by the internal communication. So the they care for the paraclinical professionals care for patients as per their privileging. So this standard is same as the 11 is for the doctors, 12 is for the nurses. So 13, a new standard has been made for the paraclinical staff. There are 13 standards to wrap up, 76 OEs, the 16 core objective elements, 5 are achievement objective element, and the excellent 2 objective elements. Core objective elements are HRM 1B, 2A, 2C, 3A, 4A, 5E, 6C, 6F, HRM HD, 9E, 11A, 11D, 12A, 12D, 13A, and 13C. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
In the end, I just hurried up, very long chapter. And
yeah. Thank you. And I think it is one of the long chapters of our 5th edition, and it has been so explicitly explained by you. And I'm sure the participants will benefit out of it. Next, we bring to you Dr. Angel Rajan Singh, one of our experts and masters in his field, to discuss the last chapter of the 5th edition hospital accreditation standards, that is IMS Information Management System. Dr. Angel is Assistant Professor of Hospital Administration and Project Officer, National Cancer Institute, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Welcome, sir. I am handing it over to you.
Sir, please unmute your mic, sir. Hello.
Yeah, I am audible to all now.
Yes, now audible, sir. Now audible.
Okay. So, very good afternoon to all. My screen is visible, Gurpreet?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay, perfectly fine then. Yeah. So, very good afternoon. We will quickly run through the chapter on IMS, that is Information Management System. I am aware all of you have had a long day, but you have to bear with me for next 30 minutes because this chapter is important from various perspectives, and one of the important perspectives with which it is important is the perspective of having the pandemic, which has brought us towards more digital. Also, the government is moving more towards digital health mission, and national digital health records and IDs are going to come up. So this chapter becomes all the more important, and the new interpretations and OEs which have been introduced will help go a long way in supporting that. Also, the important point we have to understand is that this chapter is all about the statutory laws and the statutory requirements as far as medical records go. And this is very important as far as your hospitals and organization is concerned. So we will quickly run through it. If you see, the 4th edition had 7 standards. This one also has 7 standards. The number of OEs in the 5th edition has reduced to 44 instead of the 45 OEs we had in the 4th edition. I will focus more on those in which there has been a major change in interpretation. Probably please look at the text which is in red. I have also added the core element wherever it is along with the description itself. So you would be able to note down that those elements are core elements. So basically, the IMS 1A, the OE as well as the interpretation has been modified. The organization identifies the information needs of patients, visitors, staff, management, external agencies, and community. Information needs of various stakeholders are identified by the organization through a systematic process. Some of the mechanisms to identify the information needs of include feedback forms, patient calls, focus group interviews, and benchmarking. This IMS 1A, please note, is a core element. In continuation, for example, the information needs of the patients could be met through information on OPD timings, availability of services, etc. For the visitors, it could be visiting hours, the age of restriction for visitors, etc. For the staff, it would include information on leave policies, standard operating procedures, etc. For the management, daily census report, utilization rates, etc. For external agencies, it could be data of vital statistics, notifiable diseases, etc. For the community, it could be information on the addition of new service, induction of new medical staff, etc. So it may please be noted that this is a very important part, and this forms the base of the whole information requirements of your organization. Then IMS 1B, the OE and interpretation has again been modified. Identified information needs are captured or disseminated. A written guidance is available for capture and or dissemination of the same is implemented. The mechanism for dissemination of patient, visitors, staff information needs could be through a website, intranet, information booklets, display, and signage. External agencies are provided information as per the methodologies and guidelines laid for the said purpose. The information needs of management could be captured through manual and or electronic hospital information systems and or management information systems, and the rest is the same. So this gives you flexibility of capturing it through manual as well as the electronic systems or through the MIS. IMS 1C, again in this, the OE and interpretation has been modified. The information management and technology acquisitions are commensurate with identified information needs. So as we are going digital, as we go towards the digital health mission, you will find that a lot of the perspectives which will be required from your organization would change over a period of time, and this is covered under this standard, that information management and technology acquisitions are commensurate with your identified information needs. The organization shall define the needs for software and hardware solutions as per current and future needs. In case the organization uses electronic medical records, they could refer to the electronic health report / electronic medical record guidelines published by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The organization shall ensure it has the necessary license for the software. Then IMS 1D, earlier it was FMS 3J. So this is regarding the maintenance plan. In this, the OE and interpretation has again been modified. A maintenance plan for information technology and communication network is implemented. IT maintenance plans shall include specific fire protection plan for IT network and servers. This shall include all those stuff till the printer unit. So that's the same. Then IMS 1E, we have a new objective element, and this is at the achievement level. Contingency plan ensures continuity of information capture, integration, and dissemination, self-explanatory. IMS 1F, we again have a new OE at the excellence level. The organization ensures that information resources are accurate and meet stakeholder requirement. So this is again self-explanatory. Please note, this is a standard at the excellence level. IMS 1G, again in this case, the interpretation has been modified. The change part is the organization shall send relevant information at set frequency and format to the concerned authorities as per statutory norms. For example, your pharmacovigilance program. So whatever is the requirements of that program, you will send accordingly. It may be different for different programs. Then we come to IMS 2. In this, the wordings have been modified. The organization has process in place for management and control of data and information. So this is again a very, very important standard. In this IMS 2A, the OE and interpretation has been modified. It now states that process for data collection are standardized. Process includes formats and frequency of data collection. Formats for data collection include forms, physical and or electronic. The capture of data can be event-based or as per defined frequency such as daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly. So this is again left to your organization, but it has to be based on the information needs your organization has assessed. Then for IMS 2B, earlier it was IMS 2C. It's again the OE and interpretation is modified. The data is analyzed to meet the information needs. The collected data is analyzed using appropriate tools and techniques to ensure that information needs are met. Necessary resources like men, material, space, and budget are available for analyzing data. IMS 2C, OE and interpretation are modified in this. This was there earlier also, small change. The organization disseminates the information in a timely and accurate manner. Timely and accurate information is given to relevant stakeholders after analysis. identified sheets filled in sequential order. Entries in the components of records are filled in chronological order. It shall be there in the medical record. It is preferable that the pages in the medical record are numbered. Then we come to IMS 3D. In this, it's again a change in the OE and the interpretation. Authorized staff make entry in the medical record. Now, this is something very important, and it must have a documented policy wherein organizations shall have a written guidance authorizing who can make entries and the content of entries. This could be a different category of staff for different entries, but it shall be uniform across the organization. For example, medication orders by the doctor, medication administration chart by the nurse, and nutritional assessment by the dietitian. This OE you see has been clarified based on the experience of a large number of assessments which have been done in the previous standards and editions, and this was a challenge which is witnessed in all organizations and is something which needs more clarity at every organization's level and will also help you to systematize your system. So this is a very, very important change in this OE. Then IMS 3E, the OE has been modified. Entry in the medical record is signed, dated, and timed. You see, earlier it was named, signed, dated, and timed. So now the named part has been deleted from here. It is linked to the next change I'm going to tell you. That change is in IMS 3F. So in this, it says the identity of the person who has made the entry should be traceable. This could be done either by writing the name against every entry or by having a master signature list in the medical record which has the name of the person against the signature, or by stating the employee code number against every entry. So this is something which is very practical modification. Earlier, the IMS 3C, which is now IMS 3E, required that every record should be named, signed, dated, and timed. So now this gives you the option of putting up a master signature list in the beginning of the medical record, and then taking the signatures. When every entry is signed, it can be known from the master list that who was the author of the signature. So this is something you must take note, and it is going to help you in making ensure that your records are properly compliant. Then IMS 3G, the OE has been modified. The medical record has only authorized abbreviations. So this is linked to your authorized abbreviation list. Then we come to IMS 4A. In this case, the interpretation has been modified. In case of inpatients, the diagnosis must be documented by the treating doctor or a doctor of the treating team in all records. So this again helps you in a practical manner to complete your records. This could preferably be as per ICD, SNOPED, CT, etc. However, in the medical record department, all such diagnoses shall be codified as per ICD/SNOMED CT. So please understand that in the medical record, when it is on the floor, you should ideally or preferably be as per the ICD or SNOMED CT. But in the MRD department, it has to be mandatorily codified as ICD. Earlier it was ICD, the SNOMED CT has also been added because this is being largely adopted in the Indian scenario nowadays. Then IMS 4B, this is a new OE at commitment level. The medical record contains the details of assessments, reassessments, and consultations. It is self-explanatory. IMS 4C, earlier it was IM called 4B. In this, the OE and interpretation have been modified. The medical record contains the details of investigations and the details of the care provided. The results of all investigations shall be part of the medical record, either in physical or in electronic form. Then we come to IMS 4E. In this, the OE and interpretation has been modified. When a patient is transferred to another organization, the medical record contains the details of the transfer. What has been clarified in this is that the medical record should contain the date of transfer, the reason for transfer, and the name of the receiving organization. It is mandatory to that effect. The rest is almost the same. The name of the receiving organization is important in this. Then we come to IMS 4F, which was earlier 4E. In this, again, the OE and the interpretation has been modified. The medical record contains a copy of the discharge summary. It is self-explanatory. Then IMS 4G, OE and interpretation modified. In case of death, the medical record contains a copy of the cause of death report. The important thing is the form should be filled with the guidance specified in physician's manual on medical certification of cause of death issued by the Office of the Registrar General, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. So all are requested to kindly go through this reference and ensure that the death report complies with that. Then IMS 4H, it was earlier your IMS 4H and 3H. The interpretation has been modified. The main change is that provision is made for a 24-hour availability of the patient's record to healthcare providers to ensure continuity of care. So in case it's electronic records or otherwise, the record must be accessible 24 hours. Then IMS 5, the wordings have been modified. The organization maintains confidentiality, integrity, and security of the records, data, and information. Then in IMS 5A, the first
Yes, you are.
Yeah, please give me the sharing rights then. I will share my screen.
Yes, sir. Your slide is visible now.
Okay.
Yes.
So sorry, there was some technical glitch and my audio went off. I hope I am audible and clear now. So I will just go back to IMS 5, the starting of IMS 5. The IMS 5 says that wordings have been modified in the standard itself. The organization maintains confidentiality, integrity, and security of records, data, and information. In this, the first OE, the OE and interpretation in 5A has been changed. The organization maintains the confidentiality of records, data, and information.
Hello.
Am I audible? Yeah, is my voice audible?
Yeah, it's audible now.
Now it's audible.
Yeah, okay. So IMS 5B, the organization maintains
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear